with me.
Oh yeah, I got my water too. Good job, Jen. You have all the things. You have snacks too, just in case.
Oh yeah, I got chocolate to get me through all of this.
Nice.
I'll come in for that.
I got square
Celery!
dancing,
Nice. Come on,
giant
homie.
barbecues.
All right,
I'm in
so
for pita bread.
we are now live on YouTube for everyone watching, if there's anyone watching. Mostly this is for our own pleasure because we're ridiculous and it's quarantine, almost a year going on quarantine, if you guys can believe it. We are going to be doing a lovely reading of Titanic this evening for you. However, there is a twist, twist. It is now a drinking game. So if you would like to join with us, here are the rules. Let me get to the top of the rules. Okay. Anytime someone mentions the Coeur de la Mer, or if you see it, you have to drink. Anytime someone other than the narrator says Jack,
Said Jack.
you'll drink. If one of the characters says iceberg, you drink. If they say iceberg right ahead, you got to finish your drink. Yeah. Jennifer, yes. If someone says the ship of dreams, you drink. Unsinkable, that's a double drink. Unsinkables too. Anytime there's kissing, drink. If somebody mentions how the grandeur of the Titanic, you shall drink. If Charlie isn't too drunk to remember to yell, I'm the king of the world in the correct place, and I put it in the wrong spot in the script, so if you drink. If somebody decides to hum the theme music because they're so drunk and they want to get into it, then you got to drink. We also are adding a fun thing specific for Zoom. Anytime somebody misses their line because they're too drunk to know where they are. And also, anytime jump. Forward, backwards in time. Drink.
That's a lot of stuff.
That is a lot of stuff.
I didn't know what that one meant. I thought it was like anytime Jack says like you jump, I jump, or whatever.
No. Anytime jump. So if they're going to the past, they're going back to the future. So that is our game tonight. So let me introduce our players. First and foremost, the real hero of this evening is Jennifer, who will be doing our scene description, which I tried to bear down so she doesn't die, but what a trooper she's going to be.
My liver is prepared.
We hope all of our livers are prepared. And then we've got Charlie with us. He's going to be our Jack Dawson of the Chippewa Dawsons. I will be Rose DeWitt Bucator and Rose Calvert. We've got Corey with us. Corey is going to be our unsinkable Molly Brown, as well as other characters. And we've got Travis. Travis is going to be kind of the a-holes of the evening. He's Brock Lovett and Bruce Ismay.
What can I say?
That right.
And then we have, we've got April. April's going to be our Ruth DeWitt Bucator, my lovely mother, and my lovely granddaughter, Lizzie Calvert, as well as other characters. Everyone but Jack and Rose is playing double duty tonight. Then we have the indelible Jeremy, who's going to be our Captain Smith, taking us right into that iceberg, sir. Thank you in advance. And
what a guy.
The other real asshole of the show, Caledon Hockley. We've also got Jared with us, who's going to be playing the lovely Thomas Andrews. Poor guy, he tried. And Light Toller, that interesting fellow, as well as Madeline Astor. You're welcome. You're one of the rich people. And we've got Jack joining us. He is going to be the creepy Spicer Lovejoy, as well as other characters as well. So without further ado, April's getting in character. Look at her. Big reveal.
Yeah, girl, get it.
Without further ado, Titanic. Jennifer, take us away.
Titanic. Written and directed by James Cameron. Blackness. Then two faint lights appear, close together, growing brighter. They resolve into two deep submersibles, free falling towards us like express elevators. One is ahead of the other and passes close enough to fill frame, looking like a spacecraft, blazing with lights, bristling with insectile manipulators. tilting down to follow it as it descends away into the limitless blackness below. Bitch, she hasn't even started drinking yet. Shit. Soon there are fireflies, then stars, then gone. Cut 2. Exterior, interior, Mir 1, North Atlantic Deep. Pushing in on one of the falling submersibles called Mir 1, right up to its circular viewport to see the occupants. Inside, it is a cramped 7-foot sphere, crammed with equipment.
Broken the seal.
Anatoly Mikhailovich, the sub's pilot, sits hunched over his controls, singing softly in Russian. Next to him on one side is Brock Lovett. He's in his late 40s, deeply tanned, and he likes to wear his Nomex suit unzipped to show the gold from famous shipwrecks covering his gray chest hair. He is a wily, fast-talking treasure hunter, a salvage superstar who is part historian, part adventurer, and part vacuum cleaner salesman. Oh my God. Right now, he is propped up against the CO2 scrubber, fast asleep and snoring. On the other side, crammed into the remaining space, is a bearded wide body named Louis Bodine, who is also asleep. Louis is an ROV, remotely operated vehicle pilot, and is the resident Titanic expert. Anatoly glances at the bottom sonar and makes a ballast adjustment. Cut 2, exterior, bottom of the sea. A pale, dead, flat lunar landscape. It gets brighter, lit from above as Mir 1 enters frame and drops to the seafloor in a downblast from one of its thrusters. It hits bottom after its 2-hour freefall with a loud bonk. Cut 2, interior, Mir 1. Lovett and Bodine jerk awake at the landing.
We are here.
Exterior, Mir and interior, Mir 1 and 2. 5 minutes later, the two subs skim over the sea floor to the sound of side scan sonar and the thrum of big thrusters. Bodine is watching the side scan sonar display where the outline of a huge pointed object is visible.
I'm left a little. She's right in front of us, 18 meters. 15, 13. You should see it.
Do you see it? I don't see it. There.
Out of the darkness, like a ghostly apparition, the bow of the ship appears. Its knife-edge prow is coming straight at us, seeming to plow the bottom sediment like ocean waves. It towers above the seafloor, standing just as it landed 84 years ago. The Titanic. I'm just drinking just to do it. Or what's left of her. Mir 1 goes up and over the bow railing, intact except for an overgrowth of rusticles draping it like mutated Spanish moss.
Still gets me every time.
The image pans to the front viewport, looking over Anatoly's shoulder to the bow railing visible in the lights beyond.
It's just your guilt because of his stealing from the dead.
Cut wider to show that Brock is operating the camera himself, turning it in his hand so it points at his own face.
Thanks, Tola. Work with me here.
Brock resumes a serious, pensive gaze out the front port with his camera aimed at himself at arm's length.
Still gets me every time to see the sad ruin of the great ship sitting here, where she landed at 2:30 in the morning, April 15th, 1912, after a long fall from the world above.
Anatoly rolls his eyes and mutters in Russian. Bodine chuckles and watches the sonar.
You are so full of shit, boss.
Mir 2 drives aft down the starboard side, past the huge anchor, while Mir 1 passes over the seemingly endless forecastle deck, with its massive anchor chain still laid out in 2 neat rows, its brawn windlass caps gleaming. The 22-foot-long subs are white, like white bugs next to the enormous wreck.
Dive 9 here. We are again on the deck of Titanic, 2.5 miles down. The pressure is 3 tons per square inch, enough to crush us like a freight train going over an ant. And if our hull fails, these windows are 9-inch thick, and if they go, it's sayonara in 2 milliseconds.
Mir 2 lands on the boat deck next to the ruins of the officers' quarters. Mir 1 lands on the roof of the deck house nearby.
Right. Let's go to work.
Bodine slips on a pair of 3D electronic goggles and grabs the joystick controls of the ROV. Outside the sub, the ROV, a small orange and black robot called Snoop Dogg, lifts from its cradle and flies forward.
Walking the dog.
Snoop Dogg drives itself away from the sub, paying out its umbilical behind it like a robot yo-yo. The ROV descends through an open shaft that was once the beautiful first-class grand staircase. Snoop Dogg goes down several decks, then moves laterally into the first-class reception room. Moving through the cavernous interior, the remains of the ornate hand-carved woodwork which gave the ship its elegance move through the floodlights. The lines blurred by slow dissolution and descending rustical formations. Then the scene shifts and the lines of a perfectly ghostly undersea mansion can be seen again, montage style. Drink because montage, I just decided that. As Snoop passes the ghostly images of Titanic's opulence, a grand piano in amazingly good shape crashed on its side against the wall. The keys gleam black and white in the lights. A chandelier, still hanging from the ceiling by its wire, glinting as Snoop Dogg moves towards it. Its lights play across the floor, revealing a champagne bottle and then some white star-lined china, a woman's high-top granny shoe, then something eerie. What looks like a child's skull resolves into the porcelain head of a doll. Snoop enters a corridor which is much better preserved. Here and there, a door still hangs on its rusted hinges. An ornate piece of molding, a wall sconce, hint at the grandeur of the past. The ROV turns and goes through a black doorway, entering the room B52. Love shack, baby, love shack. Sorry. The sitting room of the Promenade Suite, one of the most luxurious staterooms on Titanic.
I'm in the sitting room, heading for bedroom B4, B54.
Stay off the floor. Don't stir it up like you did yesterday.
I'm trying, boss.
The dog crosses the ruins of the once elegant room towards another door. It squeezes through the door frame, scraping rust and wood chunks loose on both sides. It moves out of a cloud of rust and keeps on going.
I'm crossing the bedroom.
The remains of a pillared canopy bed, broken chairs, a dresser.
Okay, I want to see what's under that wardrobe door.
Several angles as the ROV deploys its manipulator arms and starts moving debris aside. A lamp is lifted, its ceramic colors as bright as they were in 1912.
Easy, Lewis. Take it slow.
Lewis grabs a wardrobe door lying at an angle in a corner and pulls it with Snoop's gripper. It moves reluctantly in a cloud of silt. Underneath is a dark object. The slit clears and Snoop's cameras show them what was under the door.
Oh, Daddy-o! Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Close on Lovett watching his monitors. By his expression, it is like he is seeing the Holy Grail.
Oh, baby, baby. It's payday, boys.
On the screen, in the glare of the lights, is the object of their quest, a small steel combination safe. Cut to exterior stern of deck of Kiddish Day. The safe, dripping wet in the afternoon sun, is lowered onto the deck of a ship by a winch cable. We are on the Russian research vessel Academic Mstislav Kiddish. A crowd is gathered, including most of the crew of Kildish, the sub-crews, and a hand-wringing money guy named Bobby Buell, who represents the limited partners. There is also a documentary video crew hired by Lovett to cover his moment of glory. Brock Lovett bounds over to the safe like a kid on Christmas morning.
Who's the best? Say it.
You are, Lewis. You rolling? You rolling?
Rolling!
Great.
Brock nods to his technicians and they set about drilling the safe's hinges.
Well, here it is, the moment of truth. Here's what we find out. It's the time, the sweat, the money spent to charter the ship and these subs to come out here to the middle of the North Atlantic were worth it. If what we think is in that safe, it'll be.
The door is pried loose. It clangs onto the deck. Lovett moves closer, peering into the safe's wet interior. There's a joke there. A long moment, then his face says it all.
Shit.
You know, boss, this happened to Geraldo and his career never recovered.
Get that out of my face.
Cut to interior lab deck, preservation room day. Technicians are carefully removing some papers from the safe and placing them on a tray of water to separate them safely. Nearby, other artifacts from the stateroom are being washed and preserved. Buell is on the satellite phone with the investors. Lovett is yelling at the video crew.
You send out what I tell you, and I'm signing your paychecks, not 60 minutes. Now get set up for the uplink.
Buell covers the phone and turns to Lovett.
The partners want to know how it's going.
How it's going? It's going like first date in prison. What do you think?
Lovett grabs the phone from Buell and instantly goes smooth.
Hi, Dave. Barry, look, it wasn't in the safe. No, look, don't worry about it. There's still plenty of places it could be in the Florida Breeze, in the suite, in the mother's room, in the purser's safe, on C deck. Hang on a second.
A tech coaxes some letters in the water tray to one side with a tong, revealing a pencil Conte crayon drawing of a woman. Brock looks closely at the drawing, which is in excellent shape, although its edges have been partially disintegrated. The woman is beautiful and beautifully rendered. In her late teens or early 20s, she is nude, though posed with a kind of casual modesty. She's on an empire divan in a pool of light that seems to radiate outward from her eyes. Scrawled at the lower right corner is the date, April 14th, 1912, and the initials JD. The girl is not entirely nude. At her throat is a diamond necklace with one large stone hanging in the center. Lovett grabs a reference photo from the clutter of the lab table. It is a period black and white photo of a diamond necklace, everybody drink, on a black velvet jeweler's display stand. He holds it next to the drawing. It is clearly the same piece, a complex setting with a massive central stone, which is almost heart-shaped.
I'll be goddamned.
Cut to a CNN news story, a live satellite feed from the deck of the Kildish, intercut with the CNN studio.
Treasure hunter Brock Lovett is best known for finding Spanish gold in sunken galleons in the Caribbean. Now he is using deep submergence technology to work 2.5 miles down at another famous wreck, the Titanic. He is with us live via satellite from a Russian research ship in the middle of the Atlantic. Hello, Brock.
Yes, hi, Tracy. You know, Titanic is not just a shipwreck. Titanic is the shipwreck. It's the Mount Everest of shipwrecks.
Cut to interior house ceramics studio. Pull back from the screen, showing the CNN report playing on a TV set in the living room of a small rustic house. It is full of ceramics, figurines, folk art, the walls crammed with drawings and paintings, things collected over a lifetime. Panning to show a glassed-in studio attached to the house. Outside is a quiet morning in Ojai, California. In the studio, amid incredible clutter, an ancient woman is throwing a pot on a potter's wheel. The liquid red clay covers her hands that are gnarled and age-spotted, but still surprisingly strong and supple. A woman in her early 40s assists her.
I've planned this expedition for 3 years, and we're out here recovering some amazing things that will have enormous historical and educational value.
But it's no secret that education is not your main purpose. You're a treasure hunter. So what is the treasure you're hunting?
I'd rather show you than tell you, and we think we're very close to doing just that.
The old woman's name is Rose Calvert. Rose gets up and walks into the living room, wiping pottery clay from her hands with a rag. A Pomeranian dog gets up and comes in with her. The younger woman, Lizzie Calvert, rushes to help her.
Turn that up, please, dear. Reporter?
Yes, CNN, where are you?
It didn't say CNN, I'm sorry. Your expedition is at the center of a storm of controversy over salvage rights and even ethics. Many are calling you a grave robber.
Nobody called the recovery of artifacts from King Tut's tomb grave robbing. I have been museum-trained experts here making sure this stuff is preserved and cataloged properly. Look at this drawing, which was found today.
The video camera pans off Brock to the drawing in a tray of water. The image of a woman with the necklace fills frame.
A piece of paper that's been underwater for 84 years, and my team are able to preserve it intact. Should this have remained unseen at the bottom of the ocean for eternity, when we can see and enjoy it now?
Rose is galvanized by this image. Her mouth hangs open in amazement.
I'll be goddamned.
Cut to exterior Kildish deck night. Mirror 2 is in the water and Lovett is getting ready to climb up into Mirror 1 when Bobby Buell runs up to him.
There's a satellite call for you.
Bobby, we're watching. See these submersibles? They're here going in the water. Take a message.
No. Trust me. You want to take this call.
Cut to interior lab deck, Kildish night. Buell hands Lovett the phone, pushing down the blinking line. The call is from Rose. She is in her kitchen with a mystified Lizzie.
This is Brock Levitt. What can I do for you, Mrs.
Rose Calvert.
Mrs. Rose Calvert?
I was just wondering if you had found the heart of the ocean yet, Mr. Lovett.
Brock almost drops the phone. Bobby sees his shocked expression.
I told you wanted to take this call.
All right. You have my attention, Rose. Can you tell me who the woman in the picture is?
Oh, yes. The woman in the picture is me.
Cut to exterior ocean day. Smash cut to an enormous sea stallion helicopter thundering across the ocean, close on a window of the monster helicopter. Rose's face is visible, looking out calmly. Cut to exterior Caldish day.
She's a goddamn liar, a nutcase, like that, what's her name, that Anastasia babe.
They're inbound.
Brock nods and the three of them head forward to meet the approaching helo.
She says she's Rose DeWitt Bucator, right? Rose DeWitt Bucator died on the Titanic at the age of 17. If she'd lived, she'd be over 100 now.
101 next month, dude.
Okay, so she's a very old goddamn liar. I traced her as far back as the 20s. She was working as an actress in LA, an actress. And her name was Rose Dawson. Then she married a guy named Calvert, moved to Cedar Rapids, had 2 kids. Now Calvert's dead, and from what I've heard, Cedar Rapids is dead.
The sea stallion approaches the ship background, forcing Brock to yell over the rotors.
And everybody who knows about the diamond is supposed to be dead or on this ship, but she knows about it, and I want to hear what she has to say. Got it?
Cut to Keldish helipad, exterior. In a thundering downblast, the helicopter's wheels bounce on the helipad. Lovett, Buell, and Bodine watch as the helicopter crew chief hands out about 10 suitcases, and then Rose is lowered to the deck in a wheelchair by Keldish crewmen. Lizzie, ducking unnecessarily under the rotor, follows her out, carrying Freddie the Pomeranian. The crew chief hands a puzzled Keldish crew member a goldfish bowl with several fish in it. Rose does not travel light. Hold on the incongruous image of this little old lady looking impossibly fragile amongst all this high-tech gear, grungy deck crew, and gigantic equipment.
Excuse me, I have to go check our supply of Depends.
Cut to interior Rose's stateroom, Keldish day. Lizzie is unpacking Rose's things in a small utilitarian room. This is going to go well. Rose is placing a number of frame photos on the bureau, arranging them carefully next to the fishbowl. Brock and Bodine are in the doorway.
Is your stateroom all right?
Yes, very nice. Have you met my granddaughter, Lizzie? She takes care of me.
Yes, we met up just a few minutes ago, Grandma. Remember, up on deck?
Oh, yes.
Brock glances at Bodine. Oh. Bodine rolls his eyes. Rose finishes arranging her photographs. We get a general glimpse of them, the usual snapshots, children and grandchildren, her late husband.
There, that's nice. I have to have my pictures when I travel. And Freddie, of course. Freddie. Isn't that right, sweetie? Licking your
Would
nuts.
you like anything?
Oh, I should like to see my drawing.
Cut to interior lab deck, preservation area. Rose looks at the drawing in its tray of water, confronting herself across a span of 84 years. Until they can figure out the best way to preserve it, they have to keep it immersed. It sways and ripples, almost as if alive, tight on Rose's ancient eyes, gazing at the drawing. Flash cut of a man's hand, holding a Conte crayon, deftly creating a shoulder and shape of her hair with 2 efficient lines. The woman's face in the drawing, dancing under the water. A flash cut of a man's eyes just visible over the top of a sketching pad. They look up suddenly, right into the lens. Soft eyes, but fearlessly direct. Rose smiles, remembering. Brock has the reference photo of the necklace in his hand.
Louis XVI wore a fabulous stone called the Blue Diamond of the Crown, which disappeared in 1792, about the same time Louis lost everything from the neck up. The theory goes that the crown diamond was chopped to recut into a heart-like shape, and it became La Coeur de la Mer.
Drink.
La Coeur de la Mer.
The heart of the ocean. I got more. Today it would be worth more than the Hope Diamond.
It was a dreadful, heavy thing. I only wore it this once.
You actually believe this is you, Grandma?
It is me, dear. Wasn't I a hot dish?
Love it, love it, love it,
Oh,
love it.
yes.
Get it together, Travis.
I tracked down through insurance records. And an old claim that was settled under the terms of absolute secrecy. Do you know who the claimant was? Roast? Rose? There's a
There's
T at that.
spelling errors. There's spelling errors. Just read it like you would normally read it.
Okay, Rose.
Someone named Hockley, I should imagine.
Nathan Hockley, right. Pittsburgh steel tycoon for a diamond necklace. His son, Calvin Hockley, bought it in France for his fiancee. A week before he sailed on Titanic, and the claim was filled right after the sinking, so the diamond had to have gone down with the ship. See the date?
April 14th, 1912.
If your grandma is who she says she is, she was wearing the diamond the day the Titanic sank.
Drink.
And that makes you my new best friend.
Did you say breast friend?
No, best friend. Best friend. Best friend. I
You
will
definitely
happily.
did.
Hey, you know what? Watch the replay. I will happily compensate you for anything you can tell us that will lead to its recovery.
Well, I don't want your money, Mr. Lovett. I know how hard it is for people who care greatly for money to give some away.
Odin.
Oh, you don't want anything?
You may give me this if anything is the drawing. If I tell you, if anything, I tell you is of value.
Deal. Over here are a few things we recovered from your stateroom.
Laid out on a work table are 50 or so objects, from mundane to valuable. Rose, shrunken in her chair, can barely see over the tabletop. With a trembling hand, she lifts a tortoiseshell hand mirror. She caresses it wonderingly.
This was mine. How extraordinary. It looks the same as the last time I saw it.
She turns the mirror over and looks at her ancient face in the cracked glass.
The reflection has changed a bit.
She spies something else, a silver and moonstone Art Nouveau brooch. Brooch.
Oh, my mother's brooch. She wanted to go back for it. Caused quite a fuss.
Rose picks up an ornate Art Nouveau, there we go, hair comb. A jade butterfly takes flight on the ebony handle of the comb. She turns it slowly, remembering. We can see that Rose is experiencing a rush of images and emotions that have lain dormant for 8 decades as she handles the butterfly comb.
Are you ready to go back to Titanic?
Cut to interior imaging shack, Keldish. It is a darkened room lined with TV monitors. Images of the wreck fill the screens fed from Mirror 1 and 2 and the 2 ROVs, Snoop Dogg and Duncan.
Live from 12,000 feet.
Rose stares raptly at the screen. She's enthralled by one in particular, an image of a bow railing. Brock is studying her reactions carefully.
The bow struck in the bottom like an axe from the impact. Here, I can run a simulation we worked up on this monitor over here.
Lizzie turns the chair so Rose can see the screen of Bodine's computer.
We put together the world's largest database on the Titanic. Okay, here.
Rose might not want to see this, Lewis.
No, it's fine. I'm curious.
Bodine starts a computer animated graphic on the screen.
She hits the berg on the starboard side and it sort of bumps along, punching holes like a Morse code, deep, deep, deep down the side. Now she's flooding in the forward compartments and the water spills over the tops of the bulkheads going aft. As her bow is going down, her stern is coming up, slow at first and then faster and faster until it's lifting all that weight, maybe 20 or 30,000 tons out of the water, and the hull can't deal, so
making a sound in time with the animation, it splits right down to the keel, which acts like a big hinge. Now the bow swings down and the stern falls back level, but the weight of the bow pulls the stern up vertical, and then the bow section detaches, heading for the bottom. The stern bobs like a cork, floods, and then goes under about 2:20 a.m. 2 hours and 40 minutes after the collision. The animation then follows the bow section as it sinks. Rose watches with this clinical dissection of the disaster without emotion.
The bow pulls out of its dive and planes away almost half a mile before it hits the bottom, going maybe 12 miles an hour. Kaboom! The bow
impacts. Sorry, no background. Do.
That's nuts, Bodine.
So much Bodine!
Me! Stop stepping on my line!
Bodine vision!
Bodine. Anyway.
I see how this is going to go.
Don't you try to take my line!
The bow impacts, digging deeply into the bottom. The animation now follows the stern.
The stern implodes as it sinks from the pressure and rips apart the force of the current as it falls, landing like a big pile of junk. Cool, huh?
Thank you for that fine forensic analysis, Mr. Bodine. Of course, the experience of it was somewhat less clinical.
Will you share it with us?
Her eyes go back to the screen, showing the sad ruins far below them. A view from one of the subs tracking slowly over the boat deck. Rose recognizes one of the Welland davits, still in place. She hears ghostly waltz music, the faint and echoing sound of an officer's voice, English accent calling, "Women and children only." Flash cuts of screaming faces in a running crowd, pandemonium and terror, people crying, praying, kneeling on the deck, just impressions, flashes in the dark. Rose looks at another monitor, Snoop Dogg moving down a rusted, debris-filled corridor. Rose watches the endless row of doorways sliding past like dark mouths. Images of a child, 3 years old, standing ankle deep in the water in the middle of an endless corridor. The child is lost alone, crying. Rose is shaken by the flood of memories and emotions. Her eyes well up, and she puts her head down, sobbing quietly.
I'm taking her to rest.
No!
Her voice is surprisingly strong. Lovett signals everyone to stay quiet.
Shut up.
She looks from screen to screen, the images of the ruined ship.
It's been 84 years.
Just tell us what you can.
It's been 84 years, and I can still smell the fresh paint. The china had never been used. The sheets had never been slept in.
He switches on the mini recorder and sets it near her.
Titanic was called the Ship of Dreams. And it was. It really was.
As the underwater camera rises past the rusted bow rail, we dissolve, match move into that same railing in 1912.
Time jump.
Exterior. You're drunk already? Shit.
No, time jump. Don't we have to drink for that?
Oh yeah, true. Right. Time jump. Sorry. Now, where was I? Exterior Southampton dock day. I don't know what voice that was, but shot continues in a glorious reveal as the gleaming white superstructure of Titanic rises mountainously beyond the rail. And above that, the buff-colored funnels stand against the sky like pillars of a great temple. Crewmen move across the deck, dwarfed by the awesome scale of the steamer. Southampton, England, April 10th, 1912. In the foreground, a gorgeous burgundy Renault touring car swings into frame, hanging from a loading crane. It is lowered towards hatch number 2. On the pier, horse-drawn vehicles, motor cars, and lorries move slowly through the dense throng. The atmosphere is one of excitement and general giddiness. People embrace in tearful farewells or wave and shout bon voyage wishes to friends and relatives on the decks above. A white Renault leading a silver gray Daimler Benz, hey, what a name drop of cars, pushes through the crowd, leaving a wake in the press of people. The Renault stops and the liveried driver scurries to open up the door for a young woman dressed in a stunning white and purple outfit with an enormous feathered hat. She is 17 years old and beautiful, regal of bearing, with piercing eyes. It is the girl in the drawing, Rose. Yes, hat. She looks up at the ship, taking it in with cool appraisal.
I don't see what the fuss is about. She doesn't look any bigger than the Mauretania.
A personal valet opens the door on the other side of the car for Calvin Hockley, a 30-year-old heir to the Hockley's fortune. Cal is handsome, arrogant, and rich beyond meaning.
You can be so blasé about some things, Rose, but not about Titanic. It's over 100 feet longer than Mauretania and far more luxurious. It has squash courts, a Parisian cafe, even Turkish baths.
Cal turns and fives his hand to Rose's mother. Ruth DeWitt Bucator, who descends from the touring car behind him. Ruth is a 40-ish society empress from one of the most prominent Philadelphia families. She is a widow and rules her household with an iron will.
Your daughter is much too hard to impress, Ruth. Mind your step.
So this is the ship they say is unsinkable.
It is unsinkable. God himself couldn't sink this ship.
Cal speaks with the pride of a host providing a special experience. This entire entourage of rich Americans is impeccably turned out, a quintessential example of the Edwardian upper class. Complete with servants, Cal's valet, Spicer Lovejoy, is a tall and impassive dour as an undertaker. Behind him emerge two maids, personal servants to Ruth and Rose. A white Star Line porter scurries toward them, harried by last-minute loading.
Sir, you'll have to check your baggage through the main terminal. Round that way.
Cal nonchalantly hands the man a fiver. The porter's eyes dilate. £5 was a monster tip in those days.
I put my faith in you, good sir. See my man.
Yes, sir. My pleasure, sir.
Lovejoy?
My man.
Lovejoy.
These trunks here, and 12 more in the Daimler, will have all this lot up in the rooms.
The White Star man looks stricken when he sees the enormous pile of steamer trunks and suitcases loading down the second car, including wooden crates and a steel safe. He whistles frantically for some cargo handlers nearby who come running. Cal breezes on, leaving the minions to scramble. He quickly checks his pocket watch.
We'd better hurry. This way, ladies.
He indicates the way toward the first-class gangway. They move into the crowd. Trudy Bolt, Rose's maid, hustles behind them, laden with bags from her mistress's most recent purchases, things too delicate for the baggage handlers. They pass a line of steerage passengers in their coarse woolen tweeds, queued up inside movable barriers like cattle in a chute. A health officer examines their heads one by one, checking scalp and eyelashes for lice. They pass a well-dressed young man cranking the handle of a wooden biograph cinematograph camera mounted on a tripod. Daniel Marvin, whose father founded the Biograph Film Studio, is filming his young bride in front of the Titanic. Mary Marvin stands stiffly and smiles, self-conscious.
Look up at the ship, darling. That's it. You're amazed. You can't believe how big it is, like a mountain. That's great.
Cal is jostled by two yelling steerage boys who shove past him, and he is bumped again a second later by the boy's father.
Steady!
Sorry, Squire.
The Cockney father pushes on after his kid shouting.
Steerage swine. Apparently missed his annual bath.
Honestly, Cal, if you weren't forever booking everything at the last instant, we could have gone through the terminal instead of running along the dock like some squalid immigrant family.
All part of my charm, Ruth. At any rate, it was my darling fiancé's beauty rituals which made us late.
You told me to change.
I couldn't let you wear black on sailing day, sweet pea. It's bad luck.
I felt like black.
Here, I've pulled every string. I could book us on the grandest ship in history, in her most luxurious suites, and you act as if you're going to your execution.
Rose looks up at as the hull of Titanic looms over them, a great iron wall, Bible black and severe. She enters the gangway to the D-deck doors with a sense of overwhelming dread.
It was the ship of dreams. To me, it was a slave ship. Take me back to America in chains.
Close on Cal's hand in slow motion as it closes possessively over Rose's arm. He escorts her up the gangway and into the black hole of the Titanic as it swallows them.
Outwardly, I was everything a well-brought-up girl should be. Inside, I was screaming.
Cut 2, exterior Southampton docks, Titanic day. A view of Titanic from several blocks away, towering above the terminal buildings like the skyline of a city. The steamer's whistle echoes across Southampton. Pull back, revealing that we were looking through a window, and back further to show the smoky inside of a pub. It is crowded with dock workers and ship's crew. Just inside the window, a poker game is in progress. 4 men in working class clothes play a very serious hand. Jack Dawson and Fabrizio De Rossi, both about 20, exchange a glance. The other 2 players argue in Swedish. Jack is American, a lanky drifter with his hair a little long for the standards of the times. He is also unshaven, and his clothes are rumpled from sleeping in them. He is an artist, and he has adopted the bohemian style of art scene in Paris. He is also very self-possessed and sure-footed for 20, having lived on his own since 15. The two Swedes continue their sullen argument in Swedish.
The stupid fish head. I can't believe you bet our tickets.
You lost our money. I'm just trying to get it back. Now shut up and take a card.
Give me again, Sven.
Jack takes the card and slips it into his hand, close on Fabrizio, licking his lips nervously as he refuses the card. Extreme close-ups stack in the middle of the table, bills and coins from 4 countries. This has been going on for a while. Sitting on top of the money are 2 third-class tickets for RMS Titanic. The Titanic's whistle blows again. Final warning.
The moment of truth, boys. Somebody's life is about to change.
Fabrizio puts his cards down. So do the Swedes. Jack holds his close.
Let's see. Fabrizio's got niente. Olaf, you got squat. Sven, 2 pair. Sorry, Fabrizio.
What the sorry? What you got? You lose my money? My father nulo just the tazo.
Sorry, you're not going to see your mama again for a long time. Because you're going to America. Full house, boys.
That's Madonna! Yeah!
Sorry, boys. 3 of a kind and a pair. I'm high and you're dry, and we're going to America.
Ah!
Olaf balls up one. I'm glad you did it, because otherwise I would have. Anyway,
yeah.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Olaf balls up one huge farmer's fist. We think he's going to clobber Jack, but he swings around and punches Sven, who flops backwards. I can't do it while talking. Onto the floor and sits there looking depressed. Olaf forgets about Jack and Fabrizio, who are dancing around, and goes into the rapid harangue of his stupid cousin. Jack kisses the tickets, then jumps onto Fabrizio's back and rides him around the pub. It's like they won the lottery.
Going home to the land of the free and the home of the real hot dogs. Oh, the Titanic. We're riding in high style now. We're practically goddamn royalty. Ragazzo mio.
You see, it's my destiny. Like I told you, I go to America to be a millionaire. Capito? I go to America.
No, mate. Titanic go to America in 5 minutes.
Shit. Come on, Fabry. Come on. It's been grand.
Of course, I'm sure if they knew it was you lot coming, they'd be pleased to wait.
Cut 2, exterior terminal, Titanic. Jack and Fabrizio, carrying everything they own in the world in the kit bags on their shoulders, sprint towards the pier. They tear through milling crowds next to the terminal. Shouts go up behind them as they jostle slow-moving gentlemen. They burst out onto the pier, and Jack comes to a dead stop, staring at the cast wall of the ship's hull, towering 7 stories above the wharf and over 1/8 of a mile long. Fabrizio runs back and grabs Jack, and they sprint towards the third-class gangway aft at E deck. They reach the bottom of the ramp just as 6th Officer Moody detaches it at the top.
Wait. We're passengers.
Have you been through the inspection queue?
Of course. Anyway, we don't have lice. We're Americans. Both of us.
Right. Come aboard.
Moody has Quartermaster Rowe reattach the gangway. Jack and Fabrizio come aboard. Moody glances at the tickets, then passes Jack and Fabrizio through to Rowe.
Gunderson and Gunderson?
He takes the tickets back, eyeing Fabrizio's Mediterranean look suspiciously.
Come on, Sven.
Jack and Fabrizio whoop with victory as they run down the white painted corridor, grinning from ear to ear.
We are the luckiest sons of bitches in the world.
Cut 2, exterior Titanic at dock day. The mooring lines, as big and around as a man's arm, are dropped into the water. A cheer goes up on the pier as 7 tugs pull the Titanic away from the quay. Cut 2, exterior aft well deck, poop deck. Cut to the poop deck. Jack and Fabrizio burst through a door on the aft well deck. I'm going to just keep saying poop deck. Tracking with them as they run across the deck and up the steel stairs to the poop deck. They get to the rail, and Jack starts to yell and wave to the crowd on the dock.
You know us, somebody.
Of course not. That's not the point. Goodbye. I'll miss you.
Ciao. Goodbye! I will never forget you!
Cut to exterior Southampton dock day. The crowd of cheering well-wishers waves heartily as a black wall of metal moves past them. Impossibly tiny figures wave back from the ship's rails. Cut to exterior river test day. In a long lens shot, the prow of Titanic fills frame behind the lead tug, which is dwarfed. The bow wave spreads before the mighty plow of the liner's hull as it moves down the river test towards the English Channel. Cut to interior third class berthing, G deck forward day. Jack and Fabrizio walk down a narrow corridor with doors lining both sides like a college dorm. Total confusion as people argue over luggage in several languages or wandering confusion in the labyrinth. They pass emigrants studying the signs over the doors and looking up at the words in phrase books. They find their berth. The other two guys are already there. Klaus and Bjorn Gunderson. Jack throws his kit on one open bunk while Fabrizio takes the other.
Var Sven.
Cut to interior suite B52 through 56 day. By contrast, the so-called millionaire suite is in the Empire style and comprises 2 bedrooms, a bath, water closet, wardrobe room, and large sitting room. In addition, there is a private 50-foot promenade deck outside. A room service waiter pours champagne into a tulip glass of orange juice and hands the Buck Fizz to Rose. She is looking through her new paintings. I'm just going to sip because I'm parched. She is looking through her new paintings. There is a Monet of water lilies, a Degas of dancers, and a few abstract works. They are all unknown paintings, lost works. Cal is out on the covered deck, which has potted trees and vines on trellises, talking through the doorway to Rose in the sitting room.
Oh,
Okay.
those mud puddles were certainly a waste of money.
It's Rose, you're muted.
Muted.
Fucking hell.
Drink
You're
when
wrong.
someone's
They're
muted.
fascinating, like in a dream. There's truth without logic. What's his name again? Picasso.
He'll never amount to a thing, trust me. At least they were cheap.
A porter wheels Cal's private safe, which we recognize, into the room on a hand truck.
Put that in the wardrobe.
In the bedroom, Rose enters with the large Degas of dancers. She sets it on the dresser near the canopy bed.
Smells so brand new, like they built it just for us. I mean, just to think about tonight when I crawl between the sheets, I'll be the first.
And when I crawl between the sheets tonight, I'll still be the first.
Excuse me, miss.
Cal comes up behind Rose and puts his hand on her shoulders, an act of possession, not intimacy.
The first and only. Forever.
Rose's expression shows how bleak of a prospect this is for her now. Cut to exterior Cherbourg, France. Harbor. Shoot. Switch that. Reverse it. Late dusk. Titanic stands silhouetted against a purple post-sunset sky. She is lit up like a floating palace, and her 1,000 portholes reflect in the calm harbor waters. The 150-foot tender nomadic lies to alongside, looking like a rowboat. The lights of a Cherbourg harbor complete the postcard image. Cut to interior first-class reception, D-deck. Broad-shouldered woman in an enormous feathered hat comes up the gangway, carrying a suitcase in each hand, a spindly porter running to catch up to her to take the bags.
Corey.
I'm coming. Well, I wasn't about to wait all day for you, Sonny. Take him the rest of the way if you think you can manage.
At Cherbourg, a woman came aboard named Margaret Brown, but we all just called her Molly. History would call her the unsinkable Molly Brown. Her husband had struck gold someplace out west, and she was and she was what mother called new money.
At 45, Molly Brown is a tough-talking straight shooter who dresses in the finery of her general peers but will never be one of them.
By the next afternoon we had made our final stop, and we were steaming west from the coast of Ireland, with nothing out ahead of us but ocean.
Cut to exterior bow day. Jack and Fabrizio stand at the bow, gripping the curving railing so familiar with the images of the wreck. Jack leans over, looking down 50 feet to where the prow cuts the surface like a knife, sending up 2 glassy sheets of water. Cut to interior.
Say it.
I'm king of the world!
Yes! Drink!
Drink. Everyone get on and drink.
Hold on, I'll even do you one better. I'm going to take a little bit of my shot, too.
Do it.
I can't believe that was cut. Anyway, whatever. I digress.
It was an
Interior
ad lib, so it wasn't in the script.
copy. Did not know. Learned a new fact today. Great.
Good for Leo.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, way to go, buddy. Anyway, interior, exterior Titanic, series of scenes, day. Come on, montage. On the bridge, Captain Smith turns from the pinnacle to First Officer William Murdoch.
Make it to sea, Mr. Murdoch. Let's stretch our legs.
Murdoch moves the engine telegraph letter over to all ahead full. In the engine room, the telegraph clangs and moves to all ahead full.
All
Chief
head
engineer
full.
tells. My bad. I thought that was literally just a sound announcement. Whoops. On the catwalk, Thomas Andrews, the shipbuilder, watches carefully as the engineers and greasers scramble to adjust valves. Towering above them are the twin reciprocating engines, 4 stories tall, with their 10-foot-long connecting rods surging up and down with the turning of the massive crankshafts. Underwater, the enormous bronze screws chop through the water, hurling the steamer forward and churning up a vortex of foam that lingers for miles behind the juggernaut ship. Smoke pours from the funnels as Captain Smith steps out of the enclosed bridge onto the wing. He stands with his hands on the rail, looking every bit the storybook picture of a sea captain, the great patriarch of the sea.
21 knots, sir. 21 knots, Captain.
Yes. She's got a bone in her teeth now, eh, Mr. Murdoch?
At the bow, Jack and Fabrizio lean far over, looking down. In the glassy bow wave, 2 dolphins appear under the water, running fast just in front of the steel blade of the prow. They do it for the sheer joy and exultation of motion. Jack watches the dolphins and grins. They breach, jumping clear of the water and then dive back, crisscrossing in front of the bow, dancing ahead of the juggernaut. Fabrizio looks forward across the Atlantic, staring into the sun sparkles.
I can see the Statue of Liberty already. Very small, of course.
The camera arcs around them until they are framed against the sea. Now we pull back across the forecastle deck, rising as we continue back, and the ships roll endlessly forward underneath, over the bridge wing, along the boat deck until the funnels come into frame behind us, in front of us, around us, and march past like the pillars of heaven, one by one.
She is the largest moving object ever made by hand of man in all history.
Cut to interior Palm Court restaurant day, close on J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of White Star Line.
And our master shipbuilder, Mr. Andrews, has delighted her from the kneel plates up.
He indicates the handsome 39-year-old Irish gentleman to his right, Thomas Andrews of Harland and Wolff Shipbuilders. Wider, showing the group assembled for lunch the next day. Ismay seated with Cal, Rose, Ruth, Molly Brown, and Thomas Andrews in the Palm Court, a beautiful sunny spot enclosed by high arched windows.
Well, I may have knocked her together, but the idea was Mr. Ismay's. He envisioned a steamer so grand in scale and so luxurious. And here she is, willed into solid reality.
Why should ships always be called she? It's because men think half the women around have big sterns and should be weighed in tonnage. Just another example of the men setting the rules their way.
Mother?
You know I don't like that, Rose.
He knows. We'll both have the lamb, rare with a little mint sauce. You like lamb, don't you, sweet pea?
So you gonna cut her meat for her too there, Cal? Hey, who came up with the name Titanic? You, Bruce?
Yes. Actually, I wanted to convey sheer size, and size means stability, luxury, and safety. And safety.
Do you know if Dr. Freud, his idea about the male preoccupation with size might be of particular interest to you, Mr. Ismay?
Andrew chokes on his breadstick, suppressing laughter.
My God, Rose, what's gotten into you?
Excuse me.
I do apologize.
She's a pistol, Cal. You sure you can handle her?
Well, I may have to start minding what she reads from now on.
Cut to exterior poop deck. Jack sits on a bench in the sun. Titanic's wake spreads out behind him to the horizon. He has his knees pulled up, supporting a leather-bound sketching pad, his only valuable possession. With Conte crayon, He draws rapidly, using sure strokes. Tommy Ryan, a scowling young Irish emigrant, watches as a crew member comes by walking 3 small dogs around the deck. One of them, a black French bulldog, is among the ugliest creatures on the planet. Why gotta do the dog like that?
Tommy?
Tommy?
Tommy, can you hear me?
Who's Tommy?
I am. I just was muted.
Ah,
Typical. First class dogs.
That's so we know where we rank in the scheme of things.
Like we could forget.
Jack glances down the well deck. In the aft railing of B deck promenade stands Rose in a long yellow dress and white gloves, close on Jack, unable to take his eyes off of her. They are across from each other about 60 feet apart, with the well deck like a valley between them. She on her promontory? He on his much lower one. One more time?
Promontory.
Promontory. Thank you. He on his much lower one. She stares down at the water. He is riveted by her. She looks like a figure in a romantic novel, sad and isolated. Fabrizio taps Tommy, and they both look at Jack, gazing at Rose. Fabrizio and Tommy grin at each other. Rose turns suddenly and looks right at Jack. He is caught staring, but he doesn't look away. She does, but then looks back. Their eyes meet across the space of the well deck, across the gulf between worlds. Jack sees a man, Cal, come up behind her and take her arm. She jerks her arm away. They argue in pantomime. She storms away and he goes after her, disappearing along the A-deck promenade. Jack stares after her.
Forget it, boyo. You just like have angels flatter your ass as to get next to the likes of her.
Cut 2, interior first class dining saloon, night. Slowly pushing in on Rose as she sits, flanked by people in heated conversation. Cal and Ruth are laughing together, while on the other side, Lady Duff Gordon is holding forth animatedly. We don't hear what they are saying. Rose is staring at her plate, barely listening to the inconsequential babble around her.
I saw my whole life as if I'd already lived it. An endless parade of parties and cotillions, yachts and polo matches. Always the same narrow people, the same mindless chatter. I felt like I was standing at a precipice with no one to pull me back, no one who cared, or even noticed.
Cut 2, interior Rose's bedroom, night. Rose enters the room, stands in the middle, staring at her reflection in the large vanity mirror, just stands there. Then, with a primal, anguished cry, she claws at her throat, ripping off her pearl necklace, which explodes across the room. In a frenzy, she tears at herself, her clothes, her hair, then attacks the room. She flings everything off the dresser and it flies clattering against the wall. She hurls a hand mirror against the vanity, cracking it. Cut 2, exterior A-deck promenade, aft, night. Rose runs along the B-deck promenade. She is disheveled, her hair flying. She is crying, her cheeks streaked with tears, but also angry, furious, shaking with emotions she doesn't understand. Hatred, self-hatred, desperation. A strolling couple watch her pass, shocked at this emotional display in public. Ooh. Cut 2, exterior poop deck, night. Jack is kicked back on one of the benches, gazing at the stars blazing gloriously overhead, thinking artist thoughts and smoking a cigarette. Hearing something, he turns as Rose runs up the stairs from the well deck. They are the only two on the stern deck, except for the quartermaster row, 20 feet above them on the docking bridge catwalk. She doesn't see Jack in the shadows and runs right past him, tracking with Rose as she runs across the deserted fantail. Her breath hitches in an occasional sob, which she suppresses. Rose slams against the base of the stern flagpole and clings there, panting. She stares out at the black water, then starts to climb over the railing. She has to hitch her long dress way up, and climbing is clumsy. Moving methodically, she turns her body and gets her heels on the white painted gunwale, her back to the railing, facing out towards blackness. 60 feet below her, the massive propellers are churning the Atlantic into white foam, and a ghostly wake trails off towards the horizon. She leans out, her arms straightening, looking down, hypnotized into the vortex below her. Her dress and her hair are lifted by the wind of the ship's movement.
Don't do it.
Stay back! Don't come any closer.
Take my hand. I'll pull you back in.
No, stay where you are. I mean it. I'll let go.
No, you won't.
What do you mean I won't? Don't presume to tell me what I will and will not do. You don't know me.
You would have done it already. Now, come on. Take my hand.
You're distracting me. Go away.
I can't. I'm involved now. If you let go, I have to jump in after you.
Don't be absurd. You'll be killed.
I'm a
He
good
takes
swimmer.
off his jacket. Sorry.
I'm a good swimmer.
The fall alone will kill you.
It would hurt. I'm not saying it wouldn't. To be honest, I'm a lot more concerned with the water being so cold.
How cold?
Freezing, maybe a couple degrees over. Ever been to Wisconsin?
No.
Well, they have some of the coldest winters around, and I grew up there near Chippewa Falls. Once, when I was a kid, me and my father were ice fishing out on Lake Wissota. Ice fishing's where you chop a hole in the.
I know what ice fishing is.
Sorry. Just look. You look kind of like an indoor girl. Anyways, I went through some thin ice, and I'm telling you, water that cold, like that right down there, it hits you like 1,000 knives all over your body. You can't breathe. You can't think. Least not think of anything but the pain. Which is why I'm not looking forward to jumping in after you. But like I said, I don't see a choice. I guess I'm kind of hoping you'll come back over the rail and get me off the hook here.
You're crazy.
Well, that's what everybody says. But with all due respect, I'm not the one hanging off the back of a ship. Come on. You don't want to do this. Give me your hand.
All right.
She unfastens one hand from the rail and reaches it around towards him. He reaches out to take it firmly.
I'm Jack Dawson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Dawson.
Rose starts to turn now that she has decided to live. The height is terrifying. She is overcome by vertigo as she shifts her footing, turning to face the ship. As she starts to climb, her dress gets in the way and one foot slips off the edge of the deck. She plunges, letting out a piercing shriek. Jack, gripping her hand, is jerked towards the rail. Rose barely grabs a lower rail with her free hand. Quartermaster Rowe, up on the docking bridge, hears the scream and heads for the ladder.
Help! Help!
I've got you. I won't let you go.
Jack holds her hand with all of his strength, bracing himself on the railing with his other hand. Rose tries to get some kind of foothold on the smooth hull. Jack tries to lift her bodily over the railing. She can't get any footing in her dress and evening shoes, and she slips back. Rose screams again. Jack, awkwardly clutching Rose by whatever he can get a grip on as she flails, gets her over the railing. They fall together onto the deck in a tangled heap, spinning in such a way that Jack winds up slightly on top of her. Rose slides down the ladder from the docking bridge like it's a fire drill and sprints across the fantail.
Here, what's all this? What is this?
Come. Ro runs up and pulls Jack off Rose. I got distracted by the cheese comment. I guess that means I need a drink, right? Forgot where I was. Cool, great. Ro runs up and pulls Jack off of Rose, revealing her disheveled and sobbing on the deck. Her dress is torn, and the hem is pushing up above her knees, showing one ripped stocking. He looks at Jack, the shaggy steerage man with his jacket off, and the first-class lady clearly in distress, and starts drawing conclusions.
Yeah, you stand back. Don't move an inch. Fetch the master at arms.
Cut to exterior poop deck night. A few minutes later, Jack is being detained by the burly master at arms, the closest thing to a cop on board. He is handcuffing Jack. Cal is right in front of Jack and furious. The other man is Colonel Archibald Gracie, a mustachioed blowhard who is something with Cal and is more concerned with Jack. He grabs him by the lapels.
What made you think you could put your hands on my fiance? Look at me, you feel. What did you think you were doing?
Cal, stop! It was an accident.
An accident?
It was stupid, really. I was leaning over and I slipped. I was leaning way over to see the propellers, and I slipped, and I would have gone overboard. And Mr. Dawson here saved me, and he almost went over himself.
You went over the propeller? She went over the propeller.
Woman and machinery do not mix.
Was that the way of it?
Uh-huh. That was pretty much it.
Well, The boy's a hero then. Good for you, son. Well done. So it's all well and back to our brandy, eh?
Jack is uncuffed. Cal gets Rose to her feet and moving.
Let's get you in. You're freezing.
Perhaps a little something for the boy.
Oh, right. Mr. Lovejoy. 20 should do it.
Is that the going rate for saving the woman you love?
Rose is displeased. What to do?
Cal turns back to Jack. He appraises him condescendingly, a steerage ruffian, unwashed and ill-mannered.
I know. Perhaps you could join us for dinner tomorrow to regale our grill with your heroic tale.
Sure. Count me in.
Good! Settled then.
Cal turns to go, putting a protective arm around Rose. He leans close to Gracie as they walk away.
This should be amusing.
I bum a cigarette.
Lovejoy smoothly draws a silver cigarette case from his jacket and snaps it open. Jack takes a cigarette, then another, popping it behind his ear for later.
You'll want to tie those. Interesting that the young lady slipped so mighty all of a sudden, and you still had time to take your jacket and shoes off.
Lovejoy's expression is bland, but the eyes are cold. He turns away to join his group. Group? Goop? Cut to interior Rose's bedroom night. As she undresses her bed, Rose sees Cal standing in her doorway, reflected in the cracked mirror of her vanity. He comes toward her.
I know you've seen melancholy, and I don't pretend to know why.
From behind his back, he hands her a large black velvet jewel case. She takes it numbly.
I intended to save this till the engagement gala next week, but I thought tonight perhaps a reminder of my feeling for you.
Rose slowly opens the box. Inside is the necklace, the heart of the ocean in all of its glory. It is huge, a malevolent blue stone glittering with the infinity of scalpel-like inner reflections.
My God, Cal, it's a
diamond. Yes, it is. 56 carats.
He takes the necklace and during the following places it around her throat. He turns her towards the mirror, staring behind her.
It was once worn by Louis XVI. They call it Le Coeur de la Mer.
Le Coeur de la Mer.
Le Coeur de Mer.
Le Coeur de Mer. The heart of the ocean. Cal, it's overwhelming.
He gazes at the image of the two of them in the mirror.
I do what I can. It's for royalty. And we are royalty.
His fingers caress her neck and throat. He sees himself to be disarmed by Rose's elegance and beauty. His emotion is, for the first time, unguarded.
There's nothing I couldn't give you. There's nothing I deny you if you would deny me. Open your heart to me, Russ.
Camera begins to track in on Rose closer and closer during the following.
Of course, his gift was only to reflect light back into himself, to illuminate the greatness that was Caledon Hockley. It was a cold stone, a heart of ice.
Time jump! Interior Keldish imaging shack without a cut. Yes. Without a cut, the wrinkled, weathered landscape of age has appeared around her eyes.
After all these years, I feel it closing around my throat like a dog collar. I still feel its weight. If you could have felt it, not just seen it.
Well, that's the general idea, my dear. Bodine?
Mr.
Bodine. Bodine. Bodine.
So, let me get this right. You are going to kill yourself by jumping off the Titanic. That's great.
Lewis. Whoa. Jeez.
All you had to do was wait 2 days.
I need time to recover from that. Oh shit! Love it standing out of
Ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen, woo!
How long have you been
Man.
waiting to pop that SOB out?
Well, I started turning red. I got hot. I needed a fan. Okay, anyway, here we go. Love
Lord.
it standing out of Rose's sight line, checks his watch. Hours have passed. This process is taking too long.
Rose, tell us more about the diamond. What did Hockley do with it after that?
I'm afraid I'm feeling a little tired, Mr. Lovett.
Wait, can you give us something? Go on here, like who had access to the safe? What about this Lovejoy guy, the valet? Did he have the combination?
Well, Lizzie says that's enough. So here we go. Lizzie takes her out. Cut to. Cut to exterior launch area, Caldish test. Stop it! I'm gonna have to fan myself again. Damn it!
That's
Ooh.
enough.
Thank you, Lizzie.
What is going on?
I do declare.
Due to Clea. Cut to exterior launch
Do
area,
declare,
Caldish
get
test.
this going.
As the big hydraulic jib swings one of the mirror subs out over the water, Lovett walks as he talks with Bobby Buell, the partner's rep.
The partners are pissed.
Bobby. By the time I need time.
We're running 30,000 a day and we're 6 days over. I'm telling you what they're telling me. The hand is on the plug. It's starting to pull.
Whoa. You tell the hand. I need another 2 days. Bobby. We're close. I smell it. I smell ice. Not the good kind. She had the diamond on. Now we can just find out where it wound up. I just gotta work here a bit more. Okay?
Brock turns and sees Lizzie standing behind him. She has overheard the past part of his dialogue with Buell. He goes over to her and hustles her away from Buell towards a quiet spot on the deck.
Hey Lizzie, I need to talk to you for a sec.
Don't you mean work me?
Look, I'm running out of time. I need your help.
I'm not gonna help you browbeat my
1 year
1-year-old grandmother. I came down here to tell you to back off.
Lizzie, holy shit. You gotta understand something. I've bet all to find the heart of the ocean. I've got all my dough tied up in this thing. I got nothing left. My wife even divorced me. Wow. Damn. There's some secrets are coming out. Divorced me over this, hunt. I need what's locked inside your grandma's memory. You see this? Right here?
What?
Well, that's the shape of my hand. That's the shape my hand's gonna be when I hold that thing. You understand? I'm not leaving here without it.
Look, Brock, she's gonna do this her way in her own time. Don't forget, she contacted you. She's out here for her own reasons, and God knows what they are.
Maybe she wants to make peace. I don't know what's the past.
What past? She has never once, not once, ever said a word about being on the Titanic until 2 days ago.
Then we're all meeting your grandmother for the first time.
You think she was really there?
Oh yeah. I'm a believer. She was there.
Cut to interior imaging shack. Bodine starts the tape recorder. Rose is gazing at the screen, seeing the live feed from the wreck. Snoop Dogg is moving along the starboard side of the hull, heading aft. The rectangular windows of A deck, forward, march, past on the right.
The next day, Saturday, I remember thinking how the sunlight felt.
Dissolve 2. Turn time. Yep. Anyway, exterior B deck Titanic day. Match dissolved from the rusting hulk of to the gleaming new Titanic in 1912. Oh my God, I'm gonna need to blow my nose the next time I have a break. Of the enclosed promenade, just as Rose walks into the sunlight right in front of us. She is stunningly dressed and walking with purpose.
Oh, that's my line. As if I hadn't felt the sun in years.
It is Saturday, April 13th, 1912. Rose unlatches the gate to go down into third class. The steerage men on the deck stop what they're doing and stare at her. Hey. Cut to interior third class general room, the social center of steerage life. It is stark by comparison to the opulence of first class, but it is a loud, boisterous place. There are old women yelling, men playing chess, girls doing needlepoint and reading dime novels. And there is even an upright piano, and Tommy Ryan is noodling around it. Noodle, noodle, noodle. Do the noodle dance. Jack is playing with 5-year-old Cora Cartmel, drawing funny faces together in his sketchbook. Fabrizio is struggling to get a conversation going with an attractive Norwegian girl, Helga Dahl. Please welcome to the stage, Helga Dahl, sitting with her family at a table across the room.
No Italian, some little English.
No, Norwegian only.
Helga's eye is caught by something. Fabrizio looks, does a take, and Jack, curious, follows their gaze to see Rose coming towards them. The activity in the room stops. A hush falls. Rose feels suddenly self-conscious as the steerage passengers stare openly at this princess, some with resentment, grr, others with awe. She spots Jack and gives a little smile, walking straight towards him. He rises to meet her, smiling.
Hello, Jack. Drink.
Fabrizio and Tommy, yep, shit.
Yeah.
Fabrizio and Tommy are floored. It's like the slipper fitting Cinderella.
Hello again.
Could I speak to you in private?
Yes, of course. After you.
Jack glances over his shoulder, one eyebrow raised as he walks out with her, leaving a stunned silence. Cut to exterior boat deck day. Jack and Rose walk side by side. They pass people reading and talking in steamer chairs, some of whom glance curiously at the mismatched couple. He feels out of place in his rough clothes. They are both awkward for different reasons.
So, you got a name, by the way?
Rose DeWitt Bucator.
That's quite a moniker. I may have to get you to write that down.
Mr. Dawson,
Jack.
Jack. I feel like such an idiot. It took me all morning to get up the nerve to face you.
Well, here you are.
Here I am. I want to thank you for what you did. Not just for pulling me back, but for your discretion.
Well, you're welcome, Rose.
Look, I know you must be thinking, poor little rich girl, what does she know misery?
That's not what I was thinking. What I was thinking was, what could have happened to hurt this girl so much that she thought she had no way out?
It wasn't just one thing. It was everything. It was them, it was their whole world, and I was trapped in it like an insect in amber. And I just had to get away. I just run and run and run, and then I was at the back rail, and then there was no more ship, and then the Titanic wasn't big enough. To get away from. Sorry, there was ice with that.
Too soon.
Not enough to get away from them, and before I thought about it, I was over the rail, and I was so furious, and I'll show them. They'll be sorry.
Uh-huh. They'll be sorry. Of course, they'll be dead.
God, I am such an utter fool.
That penguin last night. Is he one of them?
Penguin? Oh, Cal! He is them.
Your boyfriend?
Oh, worse, I'm afraid.
She shows him her engagement ring, a sizable diamond.
God, look at that thing. You would have gone straight to the bottom.
They laugh together. A passing steward scowls at Jack, who is clearly not a first-class passenger. What?
Why to get away from Jack?
So you feel like you're stuck on a train you can't get off because you're marrying this fella?
Yes, exactly.
So don't marry him.
If only it was that simple.
It is that simple.
Oh, Jack, please don't judge me until you see my world.
Well, I guess I will tonight.
Looking for another topic, any other topic. She indicates his sketchbook.
What's this?
Oh, just some sketches.
May I?
The question is rhetorical because she has already grabbed the book. She sits on a deck chair and opens the sketchbook. On Jack's sketches, each one an expressive little bit of humanity. An old woman's hands, a sleeping man, a father and daughter at the rail. The faces are luminous and alive. His book is a celebration of the human condition.
Jack, these are quite good. Really, they are.
Well, they didn't think too much of them in Paris.
Some loose sketches fall out and are taken by the wind. Jack scrambles after them, catching two, but the rest are gone over the rail.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, truly.
Well, they didn't think too much of them in Paris.
He snaps his wrist, shaking his drawing hand in a flourish.
It just seems to spew them out. I just seem to spew them out. Besides, they're not worth a damn anyway.
You're deranged. Well.
She has come upon a series of nudes. Rose is transfixed by the languid beauty he has created. Damn it. His nudes are soulful. They're real, with expressive hands and eyes. They feel more like portraits than studies of the human form. Almost uncomfortably intimate. Rose blushes, raising the book as the strollers come by.
And these were drawn from life.
Yep. That's one of the great things about Paris. Lots of girls willing to take their clothes off.
She studies one drawing in particular. The girl posed half in sunlight, half in shadow. Her hands lie in her chin. I'm not looking up. One furled and one open like a flower. Jen, get it together. Languid and graceful. The drawing is like an Alfred Stieglitz print of Georgia O'Keeffe.
You liked this woman. You used her several times.
She had beautiful hands.
I think you must have had a love affair with her.
No. Just with her hands.
You have a gift, Jack. You do. You see people.
I see you.
And
You wouldn't have jumped.
Cut 2. Interior reception room, D-deck, day. Ruth is having tea with Noel Lucy Martha Dyer Edwards, the Countess of Rhodes, a 35-ish? 35th-ish, sure. English blue blood with patrician features. Ruth sees someone coming across the room and lowers her voice.
Oh no, that vulgar Warren woman is coming this way. Get up, quickly, before she sits with us.
Hello, girls. I was hoping I'd catch you at tea.
We're awfully sorry you missed it. The Countess and I are just off to take the air on the boat deck.
That sounds great. Let's go. I need to catch up on my gossip.
Ruth grits her teeth as the three of them head for the grand staircase to go up. Tracking with them as they cross the room, the shot hands off to Bruce Ismay and Captain Smith at another table.
So you're not lit the last 4 boilers then?
No, but we're making excellent time.
Captain, the press knows the size of Titanic. Let them marvel at her speed too. We must give them something new to print, and the maiden voyage of Titanic must make headlines.
I prefer not to push the engines until they've been properly running.
Of course, I've learned it to your good offices, yeah, to decide what's best. But what a glorious end to your last crossing if we get into New York Tuesday night and surprise them. Retire with a bang. EJ?
Cut 2. Exterior, A-deck promenade, aft, sunset, painted with orange light. Jack and Rose laying on the A-deck rail aft, shoulder to shoulder. Oh God, I'm gonna burp at the worst time this is gonna happen. Cool.
Amazing.
There it
Go.
is. Yeah. The ship's lights come on. It was a magical moment. It was
Just like your
perfect.
burp. Well, then what, Mr. Wandering Jack?
Well, the lodging got to be too much. Logging?
Logging.
Yeah, logging. I
Oh.
know how to read. Well, the logging got to be too much like work, so then I went down to Los Angeles to the pier in Santa Monica. That's a swell place. They even have a roller coaster. I sketched portraits there for 10 cents a piece.
A whole 10 cents.
Yeah, it was great money. I could make $1 a day sometimes, but only in summer. When it got cold, I decided to go to Paris and see what the real artists were doing.
Oh, why can't I be like you, Jack? Just head out for the horizon whenever I feel like it. Say we'll go there sometime to that period, even if we only ever just talk about it.
All right, we're going. We'll drink cheap beer and go out on the roller coaster until we throw up, and we'll ride horses on the beach, right in the surf. But you have to ride like a cowboy, none of that side saddle stuff.
You mean one leg on each side? Scandalous. Can you show me?
Sure, if you like.
I think I would. And teach me to spit too. Like a man. Why shouldn't only a man be able to spit? It's unfair.
They didn't teach you that in finishing school? Ugh. Here, it's easy. Watch closely. A weird moment in this movie.
It's my turn.
Oh, it's your turn now. I spit. Now it is your turn.
Yep. Rose screws up her mouth and spits. I figured that one line. You already just spat. It's fine. We all get it. We understand. Plus, I needed to just blow my nose. Sorry, Brown at heel. Rose screws up her mouth and spits a pathetic little bit of foamy spittle, which mostly runs down her chin before falling off into the water. Wow.
Nope, that was pitiful. Here, this. Yeah, hawk it down. Then roll it up on your tongue to the front like this. And then a big breath and bleh. You see the range on that thing?
She goes.
Like you're reading from the Torah. Just.
She goes through the steps, walks it down, etc. He coaches her through it, doing the steps himself. She lets fly, and so does he. Two comes the glove, fly over the
That was great.
Rose turns to him, her face alight. Suddenly, she blanches. He sees her expressions and turns. Ruth, the Countess of Rothes, and Molly Brown have been watching them hawking loogies. Rose becomes instantly composed.
Mother, may I introduce you to Jack?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Jack has a little spit running down his chin. He doesn't know it. Molly Brown is grinning. As Rose proceeds with the introductions, we hear.
The others were gracious and curious about the man who'd saved my life, but my mother looked at him like he was an insect, a dangerous insect which must be squashed quickly.
Well, Jack, sounds like you're a good man to have around in a sticky spot.
They all jump as a bugler sounds nice. Sounds the meal call right behind them.
Why do they insist on always announcing dinner like a damn cavalry charge?
Shall we go dress, Mother? See you at dinner, Jack.
Rose, look at you, out in the sun with no hat. Honestly.
The Countess exits with Ruth and Rose, leaving Jack and Molly alone on the deck.
Son, do you have the slightest comprehension of what you're doing?
Oh, really?
Well, you're about to go into the snake pit. I hope you're ready. What are you planning to wear?
Jack looks down at his clothes, back up at her. He hadn't really thought about that.
I figured.
Cut to interior Molly Brown's stateroom. Men's suits and jackets and formal wear are strewn all over the place. Molly is having a fine time. Jack is dressed, except for his jacket, and Molly is tying his bow tie.
Don't feel bad about it. My husband still can't tie one of them damn things after 20 years. There you go.
She picks up a jacket off the bed and hands it to him. Jack goes up into the bathroom to put it on. Molly starts picking up the stuff off the bed.
I gotta buy everything in 3 sizes because I never know how much he's been eating while I'm away.
She turns and sees him, though we don't.
My. You shine up like a new penny.
Cut 2, exterior boat deck, first class entrance, dusk. Drifting strains of classic music. We track with Jack along the deck. By Edwardian standards, he looks badass, dashing in his borrowed white tie outfit right down to his pearl studs. Come on, pearl studs. The steward bows and smartly opens the door to the first class entrance.
Good evening, sir.
Jack plays the role smoothly, nods with just the right degree of disdain. Cut 2, interior upper landing, grand staircase, and A deck. Jack steps in and his breath is taken away by the splendor spread out before him. Overhead is the enormous glass dome with a crystal chandelier at its center. Sweeping down 6 stories is the first class grand staircase, the epitome of the opulent naval architecture of the time, and the people, the women in their floor-length dresses, elaborate hairstyles, and abundant jewelry. The gentlemen in evening dress, standing with one hand at the small of their back, talking quietly. Jack descends to the A deck. Cal comes down the stairs with Ruth on his arm, covered in jewelry. They both walk right past Jack, neither one recognizing him. Cal nods at him, one gent to another, but Jack barely has time to be amused, because just behind Cal and Ruth on the stairs is Rose, a vision in red and black, her low-cut dress showing off her neck and shoulders, her arms sheathed in white gloves that come well above the elbow. Jack is hypnotized by her beauty, close on Rose as she approaches Jack. He imitates the gentleman's stance, hand behind his back. She extends her gloved hand and he takes it, kissing the back of her fingers. Rose flushes, beaming noticeably. She can't take her eyes off of him.
I saw that in a Nickelodeon once, and I always wanted to do it.
Cal, surely you remember Mr. Dawson?
Dawson! I didn't recognize you. Amazing. Could almost pass for a gentleman.
Cut 2, interior D deck reception room. Cut to the reception room on D deck as the party descends to dinner. They encounter Molly Brown, looking good in a beaded dress in her own busty, broad-shouldered way. Molly grins when she sees Jack.
Ain't nothing to it, is there, Jack?
Yeah, you just dress like a pallbearer and keep your nose up.
Remember, the only thing they respect is money, so just act like you've got a lot and you're in the club.
There's the Count of Rothes. That's John Jacob Astor and the richest man on the ship. And his little wifey there, Madeline, is my age and in a delicate condition. See how she's trying to hide it? Quite the scandal. And over there, that's Sir Cosmo and Lucille, Lady Duff Gordon. She designs naughty lingerie among her many talents. Very popular with the royals. Ooh, and that's Benjamin Guggenheim and his mistress, Madame Aubert. Mrs. Guggenheim is at home with the children, of course.
Cal, meanwhile, is accepting the praise of his male counterparts, who are looking at Rose like a prize show horse.
Show horse.
That is me. Hockley, she is splendid.
Thanks.
Cal's a lucky man. I know him well, and it can only be luck.
Ruth steps over, hearing the last. She takes Cal's arm somewhat coquettishly.
How can you say that, Colonel? Calvin Hockley is a great catch.
The entourage strolls towards the dining saloon, where they run into the Astors going through the ornate double doors.
J.J. Madeline, I'd like you to meet Jack Dawson.
Good to meet you, Jack. Are you one of the Boston Dawsons?
No, the Chippewa Falls Dawsons, actually.
JJ nods as if he's heard of them and then looks puzzled. Madeline Astor appraises Jack and then whispers some Carol Channing, girlishly to Rose.
It's a pity we're both spoken for, isn't it?
Cut to interior dining saloon. Like a ballroom at the palace, lit by a constellation of chandeliers full of elegantly dressed people and beautiful music from band leader Wallace Hartley's small orchestra. As Rose and Jack enter and move across the room to their table, Cal and Ruth beside them, we hear.
He must have been nervous about never faltered. They assumed he was one of them. A young captain of industry, perhaps. New money, obviously, but there's still a member of the club. Mother, of course, could always be counted upon.
Cut to interior dining saloon. Close on Ruth.
Tell us of the accommodations and steerage, Mr. Dawson. I hear they're quite good on this ship.
Okay, I see you. Best I've seen, ma'am. Hardly any rats.
Rose motions surreptitiously for Jack to take his napkin off of his plate.
Mr. Dawson is joining us from the 3rd class. He was of some assistance to my fiancée last night. This is foie gras. It's goose liver.
What is Hockley hoping to prove bringing this bohemian up here?
How do you take your caviar, sir? Just a soup can of lemon. It improves the flavor with champagne.
Oh, no caviar for me, thanks. Never did like it much.
He looks at Rose, poker face, and she smiles.
Pup, pup, pup.
And where exactly do you live, Mr. Dawson?
Well, right now, my address is the RMS Titanic. After that, I'm on God's good humor.
Salad is served. Jack reaches for the fish fork. Rose gives him a look and picks up the salad fork, prompting him with her eyes. He changes forks.
Dear, you find that sort of rootless existence appealing, do you?
Oh, it's a big world. It's okay, take your time, Mother.
Mother, are you okay?
She good?
Mother's dying. A day than the rest of everybody.
I'll say you, she did.
Mummy?
Mummy? Mummy, can you hear me?
Well, it's a big world, and I want to see it all before I go. My father was always talking about going to see the ocean. He died in the town he was born in and never did see it. You can't wait around because you never know what hand you're going to be dealt next. See, my folks died in a fire when I was 15, and I've been on the road since. Something like that teaches you to take life as it comes at you, to make each day count.
Molly Brown raises her glass in salute.
Everyone drinks.
Well said, Jack.
Here.
To making it count.
Thank you. Ruth, annoyed that Jack has scored a point, presses him further.
How is it that you have the means to travel, Mr. Dawson?
I work my way from place to place, tramp steamers and such. I won my ticket on Titanic here in a lucky hand of poker. A very lucky hand.
All life is a game of luck.
A real man makes his own luck, Archie.
Rose notices that Thomas Andrews sitting next to her is writing in his notebook, completely ignoring the conversation.
Mr. Andrews, what are you doing? I see you everywhere writing in this little book. Increase number of screws and hat hooks from 2 to 3. You build the biggest ship in the world and this preoccupies you?
He knows every rivet in her, don't you, Thomas?
All 3 million of them.
His blood and soul are in the ship. She may be mine on paper, but in the eyes of God, she belongs to Thomas Andrews.
Your ship is a wonder, Mr. Andrews, truly. Wondrous.
Thank you, Rose.
Shall we call this a time jump? Because it says time transition.
This doesn't count.
Dang it. Well, whatever. I'm doing it.
I'm going to drink anyway. You can't tell me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do, Rose.
Yeah.
Time transition.
Bruce.
Dessert has been served and a waiter arrives with cigars and a humidor on a wheeled cart.
Next will be the brandies in the smoking room.
Well, join me for a brandy, gentlemen.
Now they'll retreat into a cloud of smoke and congratulate each other on being masters of the universe.
Joining us, Dawson? You don't want to stay out here with a woman, do you?
No, thanks. I'm going to head back.
Probably best. It'll be all business and politics, that sort of thing. Wouldn't interest you. Good of you to come.
Oh.
Cal and the other gentlemen exit.
Oh, Jack. I said, Jack, drink. Must-
Which one is? Oh, this is my. I'm like, which one's full? Time for my coach to turn back into a pumpkin.
He leans over to take her hand. Excuse me. Oh, God. It's going to be the gassy part of the evening. Insert, we see him slip a tiny folded note into her palm. Ruth, scowling, watches him walk away across the enormous room. Rose surreptitiously opens the note below table level. It reads, "Make it count. Meet me at the clock." Cut 2. Interior A-deck foyer, night. Rose crosses Rose crosses across fuck. Rose crosses the A-deck
Drink.
foyer.
Jennifer's gonna be
Ew.
all.
I'm gonna be so fucked up soon.
You're welcome.
Sighting Jack at the landing above. Fuck, I actually have to work tomorrow. Whatever, it's fine.
Oh my god.
It's great. I just have to get signatures for something. It's fine. I just have to be personable. I'll be hungover and personable. It's fine. Overhead is the crystal dome. Jack has his back to her, studying the ornate clock with its carved figures of honor and glory. It softly strikes the hour. Moving with Rose as she goes up the sweeping staircase towards him, he turns, sees her, and smiles.
Want to go to a real party?
Cut 2! Interior third class general room. Time for Irish step dancing and shit. And spinning. Crow led and alive with music. Laughter and raucous carrying on. An ad hoc band is gathered near the upright piano, honking out lively stomping music on a fiddle, accordion, and tambourine. People of all ages are dancing, drinking beer and wine, smoking, laughing, even brawling. Tommy hands Rose a pint of stout and she hoists it. Jack, meanwhile, dances with a 5-year-old Cora Cartmel. Yep, drink it. Or tries to, with her standing on his feet. As the tune ends, Rose leans down to the little girl.
May I cut in, miss?
You're still my best girl, Cora.
Cora scampers off. Womp womp. Rose and Jack face each other. She is trembling as he takes her right hand in his left. The other hand slides to the small of her back. It is an electrifying moment.
Electrifying. How to shape up. I don't know the steps.
Just move with me. Don't think.
The music starts and they're off. A little awkward at first. She starts to get into it. She grins at Jack as she starts to get the rhythm of the step. Oh, come on, say wait, stop, Gert.
Wait.
She bends down, pulling off her high-heeled shoes and flings them to Tommy. Then she grabs Jack and they plunge back into the fray, dancing faster as the music speeds up. Cut 2. Interior third class general room. The scene is rowdy and rollicking. The table gets knocked over as a drunk crashes into it. And in the middle of it, Rose dancing with Jack in her stocking feet. The steps are fast and she shines with sweat. A space opens around them and people watch them. It's the first dance circle in history, y'all. No, I'm just kidding. Clapping as the band plays faster and faster. The tune ends in a mad rush. Jack steps away from Rose with a flourish, allowing her to take a bow, exhilarated and slightly tipsy. She does a graceful ballet plie. Feet turned out perfectly. Everyone laughs and applauds. Rose is hit with the steerage folks who have never had a lady party with them. They move over to a flayball.
What?
Table, flushed and sweaty.
Playable gobble, one of us. Playable.
Oh my God, sub daily. Come on, what up? Google gobble, whatever. I don't know. Okay, flushed and sweaty. Rose grabs Fabrizio's cigarette and takes a big drag. She's feeling cocky. Fabrizio's grinning, holding hands with Helga.
How you two doing?
I don't know what she say. She don't know what I say. So we get along the fine.
Tommy walks up with a pint for each of them. Rose chugs hers, showing off.
Oh shit, I can't chug this.
Do it.
Girl, you and me both, bitch.
Do it. Yeah, there you go. You're fitting in with steerage now.
Here, girl.
You think a first class girl can't drink?
Everybody else is dancing again, and Bjorn. Oh, it was Bjorn. Oops, sorry, Bjorn. Gunderson crashes into Tommy, who sloshes his beer over Rose's dress. She laughs, not caring, but Tommy lunges, grabbing Bjorn and wheeling him around.
They're both me. Just about started.
Bjorn comes around, his fist coming up, and Jack leaps into the middle of it, pushing him apart.
Boys, did I ever tell you the one about the Swede and the Irishman going to the whorehouse?
Tommy stands there, all piss and vinegar, chest puffed up. Then he grins and claps Bjorn on the shoulder.
So you think you're a big, tough man? Let's see you do this.
Yeah, girl, this is my favorite part. In her stocking feet, she assumes a ballet stance. You better get in that first position, girl. You raise them arms up. You go up on your tip of toes, that point, taking your entire weight on the tip of your toes. And the guys gave at her incredible muscle control because she is a boss-ass bitch. She comes back down, and then her face screws up in pain because, ow, you should not do that without point shoes on. She grabs one foot, and she's hopping around.
I haven't done that in years.
Jack catches her as she loses her balance and everyone cracks up. The door to the well deck is open a few inches as Lovejoy watches through the gap. He sees Jack holding Rose, both of them laughing, and then Lovejoy closes the door. Cut 2. Long page scroll. Cut 2. Interior Orse and Cal suite. Rose, Orse is now your name. We went from Rose to Orse to Rose.
Type the script has severe issues.
It's fine. I just read it without thinking. I normally am good at it, but we're getting tipsy now. Also, they had a gap on the Titanic. Lol. I need to close the chat so I don't keep laughing now. Private promenade day, Sunday, April 14th. Bum, 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 1912. It's a bright, clear day. Sunlight splashing across the promenade. Rose and Cal are having breakfast in silence. The tension is palpable. Trudy Bolt, in her maid's uniform, pours the coffee and goes inside.
I'd hoped you would come to me last night.
I was tired.
Yes. Your exertions below deck were no doubt exhausting.
I see you had that undertake of a manservant follow me.
You will never behave like that again. Do you understand?
I'm not some foreman in your mills that you can command. I am your fiancé.
Cal explodes, sweeping the breakfast china off the table with a crash. He moves her in one shocking moment, glowering over her and gripping the sides of her chair so she is trapped between his arms.
Yes, you are, and my wife, in practice, if not yet by law, so you will honor me as a wife. Is that unclear?
Actually, yes.
Rose,
It's very unclear.
Rose,
The heck?
This read's never gonna end.
Keep going.
damn it, Jeremy. Rose shrinks into the chair. She sees Trudy, frozen, partway through the door, bringing the orange juice. Cal follows Rose's glance and straightens up. He stalks past the maid, entering the stateroom.
We had a little accident. I'm sorry, Trudy.
Cut 2, interior Ruth's suite, day. Rose is dressed for the day and in the middle of helping Ruth with her corset. The tight bindings do not inhibit Ruth's fury at all.
You are not to see that boy again. Do you understand me, Rose? I forbid it.
Rose has her knee at the base of her mother's back and is pulling the corset strings with both hands.
Oh, stop it, Mother. You'll give yourself a nosebleed.
Ruth pulls away from her and crosses to the door, locking it.
Rose, this is not a game. Our situation is precarious. You know the money's gone.
Of course I know it's gone. You remind me every day.
Your father left us nothing but a legacy of bad debts headed by a good name. And that name is the only card we have to play.
Rose turns her around and grabs the corset strings again. Ruth sucks in her waist and Rose pulls.
I don't understand you. It is a fine match with Hockley, and it will ensure our survival.
How can you put this on my shoulders?
Do you want to see me working as a seamstress? Is that what you want? Do you want to see our fine things sold at an auction, our memories scattered to the winds? My God, Rose, how can you be so selfish?
It's so unfair.
Of course it's unfair. We're women! Our choices are never easy.
Rose pulls the corset tighter. Also, yeah, drink to that. I'll drink to that. Cut 2, interior first class dining saloon at the Divine Service.
Patriarchy.
Huh?
Sorry. Said down with the patriarchy.
Yeah, right? Seriously. At the Divine Service, Captain Smith is leading a group in the hymn Almighty Father, Strong to Save. Rose and Ruth sing in the middle of the group. Lovejoy stands well back, keeping an eye on Rose. He notices a commotion at the entry doors. Jack has been halted there by 2 stewards. He is dressed in his third-class clothes and stands there, hat in hand, looking out of place.
What the hell are you saying to me, steward?
I was saying, look, you're not supposed to be in here.
I was in here last night. Don't you remember? He'll tell you.
Mr. Hockley and Mrs. DeWitt Bucata continue to be most appreciative of your assistance. They asked me to give you this in gratitude.
He holds out 2 $20 bills which Jack refuses to take.
I don't want money.
And also to remind you that you hold a third-class ticket. Third. And your presence here is no longer appropriate.
Jack spots Rose, but she doesn't see him.
I just need to talk to Rose for a second, huh?
Gentlemen, please see that Mr. Dawson gets back to where he belongs. And that he stays there.
Yes, sir. Come along, you.
End on Rose, not seeing Jack get hustled out.
Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea.
Drink to that.
Yep. Cut 2. Interior gymnasium day. Oh my God, come on. The song break we didn't know we needed. Titanic the musical, but not the actual Titanic the musical. Anyway, and Edwardian Nautilus.
Sorry, I got it.
Ooh, boo. All right, well, we can talk about that later.
Probably
Edwardian Nautilus room.
Man, turn off the dark.
Oh my God. Okay, anyway. Edwardian Nautilus room. There are machines. I have words. We recognize, and some we don't. A woman pedals a stationary bicycle in a long dress, looking ridiculous, because why? Thomas Andrews is leading a small tour group, including Rose, Ruth, and Cal. Cal is working the oars of a stationary rowing machine with a well-trained stroke.
Reminds me of my Harvard days. I went to Harvard.
Really? Well, the electric horse is very popular. We even have an electric camel.
What?
Yep. Care to try your hand at the rowing, ma'am?
Don't be absurd. I can't think of a skill I should likely need less.
The next stop on our tour will be the bridge. This way, please.
Foreshadowing. Cut 2. Exterior A deck. Aft. Day. A man is playing with his son, who is spinning a top with a string. The man's overcoat and hat are sitting on a deck chair nearby. Jack emerges from behind one of the huge deck cranes and calmly picks up the coat and bowler hat. He walks away, slipping into the coat and flicks his hair back with spit. Then he puts the hat on at a jaunty angle. At a distance, he could pass for a gentleman. Cut 2. Interior bridge. Chart room. Day. Harold Bride, the 21-year-old junior wireless operator, hustles in and skirts around Andrews' tour group to hand a marconigram to Captain Smith.
Another ice warning, sir. This one from the Baltic.
Thank you, Sparks.
Smith glances at the message, then nonchalantly puts it in his pocket. He nods reassuringly to Rose and the group.
Not to worry, it's quite normal for this time of year. In fact, we're speeding up. I've just ordered the last boilers lit.
Andrew scowls slightly before motioning the group towards the door. They exit as the second officer, Charles Herbert Lightoller, comes out of the chart room, stopping next to First Officer Murdoch.
We ever find those binoculars for the lookouts?
Haven't seen them since Southampton.
Cut 2. Exterior boat deck, starboard side. Day. Andrews leads the group back from the bridge along to the boat deck.
Mr. Andrews, I did the sum in my head, and with the number of lifeboats, time the capacity you mentioned, forgive me, but it seems there are not enough for everyone on board.
About half, actually.
Why is that so funny?
Rose, you miss nothing, do you? In fact, I put in these new type davits, which can take an extra row of boats here. But it was thought, by some, that the deck would look too cluttered, so I was overruled.
Waste of deck space, if you ask me, on an unsinkable ship.
Unsinkable! That was 2 drinks for Unsinkable.
Oh.
Yeah, Jack, catch up. Oh, he's lost his beer.
Sleep soundly, young Rose. I have built you a good ship, strong and true. She's all the lifeboat you need.
Okay, as they are passing boat 7, a gentleman turns from the rail and walks up behind the group. It's Jack. He taps Rose on the arm and she turns, gasping. He motions and she cuts away from the group towards the door, which Jack holds open. They duck into the cut to interior gymnasium day. Jack closes the door behind her and glances out through the ripple glass window to the starboard rail where the gym instructor is chatting up a woman who is riding the bike. What is this, spin on a fucking Titanic? Damn, come on, Soul Cycle. Literally.
Sorry,
Rose and Jack are sitting alone in the room.
hold on. Sorry, I was literally wiping up beer with a sock. My life is steerage.
That's okay. Technically, I'm like blowing my nose on a shirt.
Oh. Wow. Y'all are classy.
I hope I'm not the only one who's spilled his
Breaking
drink onto
3
the laptop.
pages. They're just soldier on.
Wait, would you say, Jack? I did the same thing earlier.
Jack, this is Jack, drink. This is impossible. I can't see you.
Rose, you're no picnic. You're a spoiled little brat, even under that. You're a strong, pure heart, and you're the most amazing, astounding girl I've ever known. And no, wait. Let me try to get this out. You're amazing. I know I have nothing to offer you, Rose. I know that, but I'm involved now. You jump, I jump, remember? I can't turn away without knowing that you're going to be all right.
Rose feels the tears come into her eyes. Jack is so open and real, not like anyone she has ever known.
You're making this very hard.
Giggity.
I'll be fine, really.
I don't think so. They've got you in a glass jar like some butterfly, and you're going to die if you don't break out. Maybe not right away because you're strong, but sooner or later, the fire in you is going to go out.
It's not up to you to the
Yeah.
drink for that, because that
Drink.
was all alcohol. It's not up to you to save me, Jack.
You're right. Only you can do that.
I have to get back. They'll miss me. Please, Jack, for the both of our sakes, leave me alone.
Cut to interior first class lounge day, the most elegant room on the ship, done in Louis Quinze Versailles style. Rose sits on a divan with a group of other women arrayed around her. Ruth, the Countess Rothis, I'm just adding an accent there just for shits and giggles, and Lady Duff Gordon are taking tea. Rose is silent and still as a porcelain figure as the conversation washes around her.
Of course, the invitations had to be sent back to the printers twice, and the bridesmaids' dresses. Let me tell you what an odyssey that has been.
Tracking slowly in on Rose as Ruth goes on. Reverse, Rose's POV. A tableau of mother and daughter having tea, a 4-year-old girl wearing gloves, daintily picking up a cookie, the mother correcting her on her posture, the way she holds the teacup. The little girl is trying so hard to please, her expression serious, a glimpse of Rose at that age. And we see the relentless conditioning, the pain of becoming an Edwardian geisha. On Rose, she calmly and deliberately turns her teacup over, spilling tea all over her dress.
Oops, look what I've done.
Cut to exterior Titanic day. Titanic steams towards us in the dusk light as if lit by the embers of a great fire. Jack is there, right at the apex of the bow railing, his favorite spot. Bow, whatever. He closes his eyes, letting the chill wind clear his head.
Hello, Jack.
He turns and she's standing there.
I changed my mind.
He smiles at her, his eyes drinking her in. Her hair blows wildly about her face.
Fabrizio said you might be up.
Yeah, when she
You're muted.
he says,
You're muted, Jack. I can't hear you. Speak your words, Jack!
Fuck!
Fabrizio! Tipsy said you might be up.
This is your one chance of a lifetime, boy.
Come here.
He puts his hands on her waist as if he's going to kiss her.
Close your eyes.
She does. And he turns her to face forward, the way the ship is going. He presses her gently to the rail, standing right behind her. Turn the music up. I hear it. I know someone's got it. Put it closer to that
Maybe
speaker,
somebody
baby.
else it because we're gonna get disconnected if we play the actual music.
Oh, right. Then never mind. I'm just kidding. Okay, someone hum it. And he takes her two hands and raises them until she is standing with her arms outstretched on each side. Rose is going along with him. When he lowers his hands, her arms stay up like wings.
Okay. Open them.
Rose gasps. There is nothing in her field of vision but water. It's like there is no ship under them at all, just the two of them soaring. The Atlantic unrolls towards her, a hammered copper shield under a dark dusk sky. There is only the wind and the hiss of the water 50 feet below.
I'm flying!
And I will always love.
She leans forward, arching her back. Shut up, Jeremy. Come on, hairography.
No.
Okay,
Let
arching her
him
back.
sing. Let him sing. He sings truth.
His hands on her waist to steady her.
I'm king of the world yet again.
Yep. Good. Rose
You're about to
closes
get
her eyes.
so yes.
Rose closes her eyes, feeling herself floating, weightless, far above the sea. She smiles dreamily, then leans back, gently pressing her back against his chest, then pushes forward slightly against her. Slowly, he raises his hand, arms outstretched, and they meet hers, fingertips gently touching. Then their fingers, they intertwine. Moving slowly, their fingers, ooh, man, I'm hot and bothered just talking through this, caress through and around each other like the bodies of two lovers. Jack tips his face forward into her blowing hair, letting the scent of her wash over him until his cheek is against her ear. Rose turns her head until her lips are near his. She lowers her arms, turning further until she finds his mouth with hers. He wraps his arm around her from behind.
Oh,
and
dear
they
God.
kiss like this.
No.
With their head turned to her back, surrendering to him, to the emotion, to the inevitable.
God, is someone playing the sheep flute version of this?
What did Jeremy?
They kiss slowly and tremulously, and then with built-in passion, Tipsy submerged into one force of power and optimism, lifting her, buoying her forward on a magical journey. Jesus Christ, who the fuck wrote this? Soaring onward into a night without fear.
Freaking James Cameron.
Yeah, we need to hurt him. Okay. In the crow's nest, high above behind them, look out, Frederick Fleet nudges his mate, Reginald Lee, pointing down at the figures in the bow.
Wish I had those bleeding binoculars.
Jack and Rose, embracing at the bow rail, dissolve slowly away, leaving the ruined bow of the wreck, and we have a break.
All right. The time has come for our intermission. So let's take about 10 minutes. We'll see you about 7:30. Folks, you guys are doing great.
That's
Oh,
15.
this is amazing.
Refill your drinks. Also get some water because I feel like we need to be hydrated.
Yeah.
Jennifer, I'm looking at you. Yes.
You're a fucking
Get
cheat.
my water.
I'm looking at you. Also, I'm looking at myself. All right, so see you folks back in about 10 minutes.
Okie
dokie then.
We're still live on YouTube. And
It's okay.
oh,
Yeah, they just get a fun intermission. It's fine. I'm going back away now. Bye.
Monte Cristo sandwich.
So random.
Why can't I be like you, Jack?
Come on, I'll show you. Let's do it.
What?
I'll show you how. Come on.
Jack!
Oh, come
no!
on.
Jack! No! Wait, Jack!
Come on.
No, Jack, I
Come
couldn't
on.
possibly, Jack.
Watch closely.
That's disgusting!
All right, your turn.
Jack.
Get some leverage to it. Use your arms. Arc your neck. Can you see the range on that thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go. Oh, that was better. You got to work on it.
Really?
Get some body to it, you know? You got to... God, look at that thing.
Stay back. Don't come any closer. Mother.
Turn that shit off, man. What's wrong with you, man? Get the other record.
Are we back?
I am.
Come on, Corey. You get him. I'll just be myself right up in here.
I get to play Nemo. Sorry.
Wait,
Oh,
who's
you're Nemo?
Dory?
I'm Nemo. Dory is you.
Yay!
Wait, what?
Finding
Are you
Nemo
doing like some
cactus got
Instagram
dropped.
thing?
No,
No,
on
it's the
Facebook.
reading. They just posted the list.
Curtis,
And you're
Curtis
there.
posted his cast list for Finding Nemo.
Like literally a minute ago.
Oh,
And you got Dory.
Yay! I'm so excited. Jared knows I
Bruce
used to
and
be
Nigel.
Dory. Puppeteer. So
I don't even
I
know
love
who
her.
Bruce and Nigel is. Is that the shark?
Who's
Oh, you're the
Shark,
shark?
Okay, okay.
I'm just gonna paint
Nigel
my
is in
face
the aquarium.
orange for this whole thing.
Oh,
I'm
I got a
bummed
whole
about
makeup
Captain America.
idea.
I don't know how to
Okay.
do makeup, so it would just be like, I don't even know, like an orange face mask kind of deal.
Oh hell yes! Wait, they make those though. They do a little like sheet mask thing. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
they look
Hey, he took
terrifying on some of them, but like, dude. Anywho,
Dude.
I'm the anchor. I'm girl and the anchor.
Yo,
oh
I'm the little kid who gets to say it's the Jelly Man.
oh my god, wait.
Squirt.
Ready to hit back. We are still live on YouTube. For those
Well, there's a preview of Finding Nemo.
that are interested in our other quarantine and other business, that's other things that are being done. So welcome back. We are gonna dive, dive
Water balls.
right into the second half because this is clearly going so smoothly. So smooth like a baby's bottom. I don't know.
Just like the water before you see that iceberg that's coming right up real soon.
Yes. All right. So, without further ado, Jennifer, take us away.
All right. Well, where we last were, Jack and Rose, they were embracing at the bow rail. They dissolved slowly away, leaving the ruined bow of the wreck. Cut to interior Keldish imaging shack. Oh, also, hey, guess what? It's a time warp. Dream. Boom. Interior Keldish imaging shack. I did not say that right, but it's fine. Old Rose blinks, seeming to come back to the present. She sees the wreck on the screen and the sad ghost ship. It's deep in the abyss.
That was the last time the rewind. Drink. That was the last time Titanic ever saw daylight. Drink again.
So, we're up till dusk on the night of the sinking. 6 hours to go.
Don't you love it? There's Smith. He's standing there with the iceberg warning in his fucking hand. Ooh, excuse me. In his hand. And he's ordering more speed.
26 years of experience working against him. He figures anything big enough to sink the ship they're going to see in time to turn. But the ships are too big with too small a rudder. They can't corner worth shit. Everything he knows is wrong.
I think I overheard someone saying they don't know where they were. We are on page 86 in the middle of the page. Rose is ignoring this conversation. She has the Art Nouveau comb with the jade butterfly on the handle in her hands, turning it slowly. She is watching a monitor which shows the ruins of Suite B52/56. Love Shack. Anyway, soon to be Love Shack. Push in until the image fills frame. Transition. Interior Rose's Suite, 1912. Like in a dream, the beautiful woodwork and satin upholstery emerge from the rusted ruin. Jack is overwhelmed by the opulence of the room.
Will this light do? Do artists need good light?
That is true. But I'm not used to working in such horrible conditions. Hey, Monet.
Hey, that rhymes. He crouches next to the painting, stacked against the wall.
Isn't great. I'm eating spaghetti right now. The use of color. Saw him once through a hole in his garden fence in Giverny.
She goes into the adjoining walk-in wardrobe closet. He sees her go to the safe and start working the combination. He's fascinated.
Cal insists on lugging this thing everywhere.
Should I be expecting him anytime soon?
Not as long as the cigars and brandy hold out.
Clunk! She unlocks the safe. Glancing up, she meets his eyes in the mirror behind the safe. She opens it and removes the necklace, then holds it out to Jack, who takes it nervously.
What is that, a sapphire?
Drink, bitches, drink! A diamond, actually. Very rare diamond. It's called the Heart of the Ocean.
Jack gazes at wealth beyond his comprehension.
I want you to draw me like your French girl, wearing this. Wearing only this.
He looks up at her surprised, and we cut to in the sitting room. Jack is laying out his pencils like surgical tools. Tools, if you will. His sketchbook is open and ready. He looks up as she comes into the room, wearing a silk kimono.
The last thing I need is another picture of me looking like a China doll. As a paying customer, I expect to get what I want.
She hands him a dime and steps back, parting the kimono. The blue stone lies upon her creamy breast. Yes, bitch! Work! Her heart is pounding as she slowly lowers the robe. Jack looks so stricken, it is almost comical. The kimono drops to the floor. This is all in cuts. Lyrical.
Tell me when it looks right to you.
She poses on the divan, settling in like a cat into the position we remember from the drawing. Almost.
Just bend your left leg a little and lower your head. Eyes to me. That's it.
Jack starts to sketch. He drops his pencil and she stifles a laugh.
I believe you are blushing, Mr. Big Artiste. I can't imagine Monsieur Monet blushing.
He does landscapes.
Tight on Jack as his eyes come up to look at her over the top edge of his sketch pad. We have seen this image of him before in her memory. It is an image she will carry the rest of her life. Me too, babykins. Despite his nervousness, he draws with sure strokes, and what emerges is the best thing he has ever done. Her hand's beautiful and her eyes radiate.
I'm sure he's dying in a few hours. So.
Push slowly in on Rose's face. Transition.
There's no necklace in that photo.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, but she needed to. Oh, there it is.
Oh, I see.
Below her boobs. It's a little bit lower. It's like a little more like 90s chic, I guess. I don't know.
No neck, but okay.
A little
Time jump.
Anyway, time jump. Drink.
Drink.
My heart was pounding the whole time. It was the most erotic moment of my life. Up until then, at least.
Cut to reverse, a semicircle of listeners staring in rapt, frozen silence. The story of Jack and Rose has finally and completely grabbed them by the breasties.
What happened next?
You mean, did we do it?
Cut to interior Rose and Cal's suite. Night. Back to 1912. Time jump. Drink. Jack is signing the drawing. Rose, wearing her kimono again, is leaning on his shoulder, watching.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Bodine. Data Jack, I always want to remember this night.
He does. April 14th, 1912. Rose, meanwhile, scribbles a note on a piece of Titanic stationery. We don't see what it says. She accepts the drawing from him. Yeah. And crosses to the safe in the wardrobe. She puts the diamond back in the safe, placing the drawing and the note on top of it, closes the door with a clunk. Cut to interior first class smoking room. Night. Lovejoy enters from the palm court through the revolving door and crosses the room toward Hockley. A fire is blazing in the marble fireplace, and the usual fat cats are playing cards, drinking, and talking. Cal sees Lovejoy and detaches from his group, coming to him.
You would have seen her.
Well, Cal, what do you got to say?
Not a single one.
This is ridiculous, Lovejoy. Find her.
Cut to exterior Atlantic. Night. Oh, God. Titanic glides.
Sorry.
It also could glide. No, it's fine. It covered my burp. It was great. Glides across an unnatural sea, black and calm as a pool of oil. The ship's lights are mirrored almost perfectly in the black water. The sky is brilliant with stars. A meteor traces the bright line across the heavens. On the bridge, Captain Smith peers out at the blackness ahead of the ship. Quartermaster Hitchens brings him a cup of hot tea with lemon. Hell yeah, love that drink. You get it, Quartermaster. Second Officer Captain, is next to him, staring out at the sheet of black glass the Atlantic has become.
I don't think I've ever seen such a flat calm in 24 years at sea.
Yes, like a mill pond, not a breath of wind.
It makes the bergs harder to see, with no breaking water at the base.
Well, I'm off. Maintain speed and heading, Mr. Lettoll? What is your name, sir?
Lightoller.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And wake me, of course, if anything becomes in the slightest degree doubtful.
Cut to interior Rose's and Cal's suite. Rose, fully dressed now, returns to the sitting room. They hear a key in the lock. Rose takes Jack's hand and leads him silently through the bedroom. Lovejoy enters by the sitting room door.
Miss Rose? Hello?
Cut to interior corridor outside suite. Rose and Jack come out of her stateroom, closing the door. She leads him quickly along the corridor toward the P. I just want to say poop deck again. B deck corridor.
Every deck is the poop deck. Not every deck is the poop deck.
But I just want it to be. They are halfway across the open space when the sitting room door opens in the corridor and Lovejoy comes out. The valet sees Jack with Rose and hustles after them.
Come on!
She and Jack break into a run, surprising the few ladies and gentlemen about. They run into an elevator, shocking the hell out of the operator.
Take us down, quickly, quickly!
The operator scrambles to comply. Even Jack helps him close the steel gate. Lovejoy runs up as the lift starts to descend. He slams one hand on the bars of the gate. Rose makes a very rude and unladylike gesture. Bitch, she flips him off and laughs as Lovejoy disappears above. The operator gapes at her. Cut 2, interior E-deck foyer. Elevators. Lovejoy emerges from another lift and runs to the one Jack and Rose were in. The operator is just closing the gate to go back up. Lovejoy runs around the bank of the elevators and scans the foyer. No Jack and Rose. He tries the stairs going down to the F deck. Cut 2, interior F deck corridors, fan room. A functional space with access to a number of machine spaces, fan rooms, boiler uptakes. Jack and Rose are leaning against a wall laughing.
Pretty tough for a valet, this fella.
He's ex-Pinkerton. Cal's father hired him to keep Cal out of trouble, to make sure he's got back to the hotel with his wallet and watch. After some crawl through some less reputable parts of town.
Kind of like we're doing right now, huh? Oh!
Lovejoy has spotted them from a cross corridor nearby. He charges towards them. Jack and Rose run around a corner into a blind alley. There is one door marked crew only, and Jack flings it open. They enter a roaring fan room with no way out but a ladder going down. Jack latches the deadbolt on the door, and Lovejoy slams against it a moment later. Jack grins at Rose, pointing at the ladder.
Fan room?
I did say fan room. I did say fan room.
After you, milady.
Cut 2, interior boil room 5 and 6. Jack and Rose come down the escape ladder and look around in amazement. It is like a vision of hell itself, with the roaring furnaces and black figures moving in the smoky glow. They run the length of the boiler room, dodging amazed stokers and trimmers with their wheelbarrows of coal.
Carry on, don't mind us.
They run through the open watertight door into boiler room 6. Jack pulls her through the fiercely hot alley between two boilers, and they wind up in the dark, out of sight of the working crew. Watching from the shadows, they see the stokers working in the hellish glow, shoveling coal, I almost said coal into the insatiable maws of the furnaces. Cut 2, interior first-class smoking room amid unparalleled luxury. Cal sits at the card game, sipping brandy.
We're going like hell, I tell you. I have $50 that says we make it into New York Tuesday night.
Cal looks at his gold pocket watches and scowls. Pocket watch, just one. I mean, he might have plural. He's kind of ostentatious. Not listening. He cuts to interior boiler room 6. The furnaces roar, silhouetting the glistening stokers. Jack kisses Rose's face. Yeah. Tasting the sweat trickling down from her forehead. They kiss passionately in the steamy, pounding darkness. Cut 2, interior hold number 2. Jack and Rose enter and run laughing between the rows of stacked cargo. She hugs herself against the cold after the dripping heat of the boiler room. They come upon William Carter's brand new Renault touring car, lashing down into a pallet wrong? I don't know. Whatever. Rose climbs into this plushy upholstered back seat. She's acting very royal. Jack jumps onto the driver's seat, and he's enjoying the feel of the leather and the wood.
Where to, miss? I think you're muted, miss.
You are muted.
Fucking hell. To the stars.
Get up. On Jack as her hands come out of the shadows and pull him over the seat into the back. He lands next to her, and his breath seems loud in the quiet darkness. He looks at her, and she is smiling.
Are you nervous?
Au contraire, mon cher.
Oh, dear God.
He strokes. Yeah, welcome. I feel like I'm in a threesome right now, and I didn't really mean to, but whatever, here we are. Here he strokes her face, and he's cherishing her. She kisses his artist's fingers.
As opposed to default fingers.
Put your hands on me, Jack.
And I will always love you.
All right, well, okay, Mariah, I'm gonna need you to calm down. This isn't New Year's anymore. He kisses her, and she slides down the seat under his welcome weight. Cut 2, interior wireless room. A brilliant arc of electricity fills the frame. The sparks gap of the Marconi instrument as senior wireless operator Jack Phillips. He's 24. Rapidly keys out a message. Junior operator Bride looks through the huge stack of outgoing messages, swamping them.
Look at this one. He wants his private train to meet him. meet him. La-di-da. We'll be up all bloody night on this lot.
Philip starts to receive an incoming message from a nearby ship, the Leyland freighter Californian, which jams his outgoing signal. At such close range, the beeps are deafening.
Christ, it's that idiot on the Californian.
Cut to interior-exterior wireless shack, freighter Californian.
Stupid bastard. I try to warn him about the ice and he says keep out. Shut up. I'm working cape race.
Now, what's he sending?
No seasickness. Poker business good. Poker face. Oh, Al. Well, that's it for me. I'm shutting down.
As Evans warily switches off his generator, Groves goes out on deck. Pan off of him to reveal the ship is stopped 50 yards from the edge of a field of pack ice and icebergs stretching as far as the eye can see. Cut to exterior ocean. Titanic. Drink. On Titanic. Drink. Steaming hellbent through the darkness, hurling up white water at the bows. The bow comes straight at us until the bow wave wipes the frame. Cut to interior hold 2, pushing in on the rear window of the Renault. And we are all drinking on this hand slap that's about to come up. Y'all know this, right? Okay. Until the bow wave wipes the frame, Rose's hand comes up and slams against the glass for a moment, making a handprint in the veil of condensation. Inside the car, Jack's overcoat is like a blanket over them. It stirs and pulls, and Rose pulls it down. And they are huddled underneath it, intertwined, still mostly clothed. She puts her hand on his face, making sure as if he is real. Yep.
Kate, mute. You're trembling.
It's okay. I'm all right. I can feel your heart beating.
Well, I wasn't the first teenage girl to get seduced in the backseat of a car. Drink for that.
Behind bitches.
The last by several million. He had such fine hands. Artist hands. So tender, so strong. Roughened by work, but chiseled. Anyway, I remember their touch even now.
Cut to exterior Atlantic. Titanic, night. The bow sweeps under us and the camera climbs towards the foremast and the tiny half cylinder of the crow's nest, which grows as we push in on the lookouts at Fleet and Lee. They are stamping their feet and swinging their arms, trying to keep warm in the 22-knot freezing wind, which whips caper of their breath away behind.
You can smell ice, you know, when it's near. You know?
Anything
Lee?
to say about that, Lee?
Lee, you there?
I'm here. Bullocks.
Well, I can.
Cut to interior boiler room 6. Without hearing the words over the roar of the furnaces, we see stokers telling 2 stewards which way Rose and Jack went. The stewards move off toward the forward holds. Cut to interior Cal and Rose's suite. Cal stands at the open safe. He stares at the drawing of Rose and his face clenches with fury. He reads the note again. Darling, now you can keep us both locked in your safe. Rose. Lovejoy, standing behind him, looks over his shoulder at the drawing. Cal crumples at Rose's note and then takes the drawing in both hands as if to rip it in half. He tenses to do it, then stops himself. Well, Cal?
I have a better idea.
Cut to exterior forward well deck and crow's nest night. Rose and Jack, fully dressed, come through a crew door onto the deck. They can barely stand. They are laughing so hard. Up above them in the crow's nest, Lookout Fleet hears the disturbance below and looks around and back down to the well deck where he can see 2 figures embracing. Jack and Rose stand in each other's arms. Their breath clouds around them in the now freezing air, but they don't even feel the cold.
When this shit docks.
This shit fucking docks.
No, you. Yeah, I'm drunk. Let's drink to that.
So, Rose, you were saying, what happens when the ship docks?
I said I'm getting off with you, bitch.
Oh, this is crazy.
I know, it doesn't make any sense. That's why I trust it.
Jack pulls her to him and kisses her fiercely. In the crow's nest, Fleet nudges Lee.
Cora, look at that, would ya?
They're a bloody sight warmer than we are.
Well, if that's what it takes for us two to get warm, I'd rather not. If it's all the same.
Are you sure?
They both. Bitch, don't step on my line, Jack. You got enough. I'm just kidding.
Jesus.
Just met you. I'm sorry. Sorry, she's drinking. She's sassy. Okay, all right. Anyway, they both have a good laugh at that one. It's Fleet whose expression falls first. Glancing forward again, he does a double take. The color drains out of his face. Fleet's POV, a massive iceberg right in their path, 500 yards out.
Look at me.
Fleet reaches past Lee and rings the lookout bell 3 times, then grabs the telephone, calling the bridge. He waits precious seconds for it to be picked up, never taking his eyes off the black mast ahead.
Pick up, you bastard!
Cut to interior-exterior bridge. Inside the enclosed wheelhouse, 6th Officer Moody walks unhurriedly to the telephone, picking it up.
Is someone there? Oh, that's me too. Yes, what do you see? Iceberg right ahead! Thank you. Iceberg right ahead.
Murdoch sees... I can't. I have to talk. Okay, Murdoch sees it and rushes to the engine room telegraph. While signaling full speed astern, he yells to Quartermaster Hitchens, who is at the wheel.
I'm doing
it. So much sugar.
Murdoch.
Go, Murdoch.
I am here. I am here. Hard to starboard.
Drinking, okay? We were supposed to finish your drink at Iceberg right ahead.
I finished my shot.
And I haven't finished my drink, but it's a lot of sugar, so you guys continue.
Are we still going hard to starboard?
The helm is hard over, sir.
Oh, shit.
Did you say hard?
Yes, I did. On
Yeah.
to starboard.
Hard to starboard. Crash sequence. Series of cuts. Come on. It's gonna be a montage. Chief Engineer Bell is just checking the soup he has warming on a steam manifold when the engine's telegraph clangs, then goes incredibly to full speed astern. He and the other engineers just stare at it a second, unbelieving. Then Bell reacts.
Full astern! Full astern!
The engineers and greasers, like madmen, close steam valves and start breaking the mighty propeller shafts, big as sequias, to stop. In Boiler Room 6, leading stoker Frederick Barrett is standing with second engineer James Hesketh when the red warning light and stop indicator come on.
Shut all dampers! Shut them!
From the bridge, Murdoch watches the bird growing. Straight ahead, the bow finally starts to come left since the ship turns the reverse of the helm setting. Murdoch's jaw clenches as the bow turns with agonizing slowness. He holds his breath as the horrible physics play out. In the crow's nest, Frederick Fleet braces himself. The bow of the ship thunders right at camera and crunch! The ship hits the berg on the starboard bow. Underwater, we see the ice smashing in the steel hull plates. The iceberg bumps and scrapes along the sides of the ship. Rivets pop as the steel plate of the hull flexes underneath the load. I'm literally not looking up at the screen because I don't know what someone was doing on camera, but I would have made me laugh and I would have lost my shit. In number 2 hold, the 2 stewards stagger as the hull buckles in 4 feet with a sound like thunder. The berg splits the hull plates and the seas pour in, sweeping them off of their feet. The icy water swirls around the Renault as the men scramble for the stairs. On G deck, forward, Fabrizio is tossed in his bunk by the impact. He hears a sound like the greatly amplified squeal of a skate on ice. In Boiler Room 6, Barrett and Hesketh stagger as they hear the rolling thunder of the collision. They see the starboard side of the ship buckle in toward them and are almost swept off their feet by a rush of water coming in about 2 feet off the floor. On the forward well deck, Jack and Rose break their kiss and they look up in astonishment as the berg sails past, breaking out across the sky like a mountain. And that's not a cross, it's just said out, but you know what? We're going with it. Fragments break off of it and they crash down onto the deck and they have to jump back to avoid flying chunks of ice. On the bridge, Murdoch rings the watertight door alarm. He quickly throws a switch that closes them.
Hard a port.
Barrett and Hesketh hear the door alarm and scramble through the swirling water to the watertight door between Boiler Rooms 6 and 5. The room is full of water vapor as the cold sea strikes the red-hot furnaces. Barrett yells to get the stokers scrambling through the door as it comes down like a slow guillotine.
Go, lads! Go, go!
He dives through boiler room 5 just before the door rumbles down with a clang. Jack and Rose rush to the starboard rail in time to see the berg moving aft down the starboard side of the ship. I just made up starboard. Let's go. In the stateroom, surrounded by piles of plans, while making notes in his ever-present book, Andrews looks up at the sound of cut crystal light fixture tinkling like a wind chime. He feels the shudder run through the ship, and we see it in his face. In the palm court with its high arched windows, Molly Brown holds up her drink to a passing waiter.
Hey, can I get some ice here, please?
Silently, a moving wall of ice fills the windows behind her. She doesn't see it. It disappears astern. In the crow's nest, Fleet turns towards Lee.
Oi, mate. That was a close shave.
Smell ice, can you? Bleeding Christ.
Cut to interior-exterior bridge, close on Murdoch. The alarm bells still clatter mindlessly, seeming to reflect his inner state. He is in shock, unable to get a grip on what just happened.
Note the time. Enter in the log.
Captain Smith rushes out of his cabin onto the bridge, tucking in his shirt.
What was that, Mr. Murdoch?
An iceberg, sir. I put her hard to starboard and run the engines full of stern, but it was too close. I tried to pull around it, but she hit, and
Yeah! Close the emergency doors.
Doors are closed, sir.
Smith locks into the darkness aft and then wheels around to the fourth officer Bohall.
Find the carpenter and get him to the sound ship. Sound
Cut
the ship.
to interior... Well,
Sound
tell me
it.
again, Mr. Smith.
Sound it!
Cut to interior G-check forward. In steerage, Fabrizio comes out into the hall to see what's going on. He sees dozens of rats running toward him in a corridor, fleeing the flooding bow. Fabrizio jumps aside as the rats run by.
Left! Picasso!
In his stateroom, Tommy gets out of his top bunk into the dark and drops onto the floor. Splash!
Oh, God, what the hell?
He snaps on the light. The floor is covered with 3 inches of freezing water and more coming in. He pulls the door open and steps out into the corridor, which is flooded. Fabrizio is running towards him, yelling something in Italian. Tommy and Fabrizio, they start pounding on the doors, getting everybody up and out. The alarm spreads in several languages. Cut to interior first class corridor, A deck. A couple of people have come out into the corridor in robes and slippers. A steward hurries along, reassuring them.
Why have the engines stopped? I felt a shudder.
Shouldn't worry, ma'am. We've likely thrown a propeller blade. That's the shudder you felt. May I bring you anything?
Thomas Andrews brushes past them, walking fast and carrying an armload of rolled up ship's plans. Cut to exterior forward well deck. Jack and Rose are leaning over the starboard rail, looking at the hull of the ship.
Looks okay. I didn't see anything.
I'm gonna just swallow my garlic bread.
Dude, I'm eating garlic bread too.
This is
Oh, it's like meant to be.
because it's not forever. Could it have damaged the ship, Jack?
The garlic bread, no. But it didn't seem like
The
much.
iceberg. Did the iceberg damage the ship?
I'm sure we're okay.
Well, behind them, a couple of steerage guys are kicking the ice around the deck, laughing because they want to be like fucking Wayne Gretzky, 100 years before or some shit. Cut to interior steerage forward. Fabrizio and Tommy are in a crowd of steerage men clogging the corridors, heading aft away from the flooding.
If this is the direction the rats are running, it's good enough for me.
Ooh, that was not a good choice for me. Cut to interior corridor on B deck. Bruce Ismay, dressed in pajamas under the topcoat, hurries down the corridor, headed for the bridge.
Take it to the bridge.
There's no cause for alarm. Please go back to your rooms.
He is stopped in his tracks by Cal and Lovejoy.
Please, sir, there's no emergency.
Yes, there is! I've been robbed. Now get the master at arms. Now you...
What?
Oh my god.
What the actual fuck was that?
What's going on?
I think she's drunk and we all need a drink to acknowledge that.
Nope.
Amen.
Nope, just don't want to insult people. It's mean.
Can't do it. Okay, hold on. I gotta keep my shit together at least until we really get to like some shit.
Don't worry about that scene description.
Dude.
AK Jennifer.
It's just
Shut up.
it's just guidelines.
Cut to interior bridge chart room. Close up on Captain Smith studying the commutator. I'm sure just made up a word. Commutator? Yeah. He turns to Andrew, standing behind him. Commutator. I got it there slowly.
5-degree list in less than 10 minutes.
It's making water fast. In the forepeak tank and the forward holds. In boiler room 6.
Ismay enters, his movements quick with anger and frustration.
Why have we stopped?
Struck. Nice. Ice. We've struck ice.
Thank. Well, do you think the ship is seriously damaged?
Excuse me?
Is there an echo?
Excuse me?
Is there an
Great
echo?
Karen.
Excuse me?
Okay, Carol. Cut to exterior.
The Californians. Excuse me. Stuart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing?
Okay, all right, y'all. Hold on.
We're losing our shit.
As
There's
someone
80
who's
pages
tipsy as fuck right now. Let's bring it back in. All right, cut to exterior B deck, forward well deck. The gentleman, now joined by another man, leans on the forward rail, watching the steerage men playing soccer with the chunks of ice.
Oh, I guess there's nothing to do serious. I'm going back to my cabin to read.
A 20-ish Yale man, aka Bennett from The Bachelorette, pops through the door wearing a top coat over pajamas.
Say, did I miss all the fun, Buffy?
You mean Muffy? Yeah, Rose and Jack came up the steps from the well deck, which are right next to the three men. A moment later, Captain Smith rounds the corner, followed by Andrews and Carpenter Hutchinson. They have come down from the bridge by the outside stairs. These three men, their faces grim, crush right past Jack and Rose. Andrews barely glances at her.
Can you shore up? Can you?
Not unless the pumps get ahead.
The inspection party goes down the stairs to the well deck.
It's bad.
So I was on Facebook, but we'll have to tell Mother and Cal. I'll tweet them right now.
Now it's worse. Wah, wah, wah.
Right? Not as bad as TikTok, Jack. Come with me. I jump, you jump, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird comedic moments in this script.
Especially the ones we add.
Yeah. Right. Cool. Let's do it. We got this.
Jack follows Rose through the door inside the ship. Also, don't come for me about TikTok. And damn it. Cut to interior B deck foyer. Corridor. Yes, that's a word now.
Corridor.
Corridor. I just wanted to be Fabrizio, but I wasn't allowed.
This is April's wheelhouse. Italian.
It's fine. Jack and Rose cross the foyer entering the corridor, if you will, if your name is Jen Sanet. Lovejoy is waiting for him in the hall as they approach the room.
Been looking for you, miss.
Lovejoy follows and unseen moves behind Jack and smoothly slips the diamond necklace into the pocket of his overcoat. Cut to interior Rose and Cal's suite. Cal and Ruth wait in the sitting room along with Master at Arms and two stewards, steward number 1 and Barnes. Silence as Rose and Jack enter. Ruth closes her robe at her throat when she sees Jack.
Something serious has happened.
That's right. 2 things dear to me have disappeared this evening. Now that one is back. I have a pretty good idea where to find the other. Search him!
The Master at Arms steps up to Jack.
Could have mate.
Lovejoy pulls at Jack's coat and Jack shakes his head in dismay, shrugging out of it. The Master at Arms pats him down.
This is horse shit!
Be serious. We're in the middle of an emergency and you...
Stewart Barnes pulls the heart of the ocean drink out of the pocket of Jack's coat. Drink times 2.
This is horse shit!
Oh, shut up, you.
Thank God I didn't put... Oh my God, Rose is stunned. Needless to say, it's Jack.
That's
so
it.
is Jack.
That's
right
it.
Right then. Right. Hey, shut up, you. Right then. No, don't make a Boss.
He starts to handcuff Jack.
Don't you believe it, Rose? Don't!
He couldn't have.
Of course he could. Easy enough for a professional. He memorized the combination when you open the safe.
Flashback Rose at the safe looking in the mirror and meeting Jack's eyes as he stands behind her watching.
But I was with him the whole time.
Maybe he did it while you were putting your clothes back on.
They put it in my pocket.
It's not even your pocket, son. Property of A.L. Ryerson.
Lovejoy shows the coat to the master at arms. There is a label inside the collar with the owner's name.
Oh.
Aye. That was reported stolen
Party
today.
cake? Travis, are you okay?
I'm good.
All right.
I was gonna return it, I swear.
Wow.
Well, Rose feels utterly betrayed, hurt, and confused. She shrinks away from him. He sharts.
Sharts? Well, my code anyways. I'll shart where I want.
I don't date a man that sharts.
What?
Charlie's going, God damn it.
Well, everyone shart.
No, just you, maybe?
Hey, that was Jen saying. There's no proof that
You're defending her.
I have. Thank you for defending.
Can we all raise a glass to Jen's shirts? Raise a glass to shirts. Something you will never live down.
Tomorrow there'll be more of us.
Don't worry, I already did this on my Instagram live, so it's technically already on the internet.
All right, let's go.
Why don't we
Like that epic mumble I
rechart the stars? Anyway, oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
I'll sing that song.
Oh my god. Okay. Rose feels utterly betrayed. I'm just going to yeah, okay. She feels utterly betrayed, hurt, and confused. She shrinks away from him. He starts shouting at her as Lovejoy and the Master of Arms drag him out into the hall. She can't look him in the eye.
Rose, don't listen to them. I didn't do this. You know I didn't. You know it.
Don't be so aggressive, brah.
Rose!
Yeah, right? Okay, Hulk. She is devastated. Her mother lays a comforting hand on her shoulder as the tears well up.
Why do women believe men?
Because we have been programmed this way. Cut to interior mail sorting room. Interior mail sorting room. Hold. Smith and Andrews come up the steps into the mail sorting room and find the clerk scrambling to pull mail from the racks. The Renault is visible under the water and the brass glinting cheerfully. Andrews looks down as the water covers his shoe and scrambles back up the stairs. Cut to interior bride chart room. Andrews unrolls a big drawing of the ship across the chart room table. It is a side elevation showing all of the watertight bulkheads. Murdoch and Ismay hover behind Andrews and the captain.
That is a very fine photo, but when can we get underway, do you think?
Water 14 feet above the keel in 10 minutes, in the forepeak, in all 3 holds, and in boiler room 6.
That's right.
5 compartments. She can stay afloat with the first 4 compartments breached, but not 5. Not 5. As she goes down the head, the water will spill over the top of the bulkheads at E deck from one to the next, back and back. There's no stopping it.
The pumps. The pumps.
The pumps will buy you time, but minutes only. From this moment, no matter what we do, Titanic will flounder.
But this ship can't sink.
She's made of iron, sir, I assure you. She can. And she will. It's a mathematical certainty.
And how much time?
An hour? 2 at most.
And how many aboard, Mr. Murdoch?
2,200 souls on board, sir.
Look at me. Look at me, Mr. Ismay. I believe you may get your headlines. I am the captain now.
I see. Captain.
Cut to exterior boat deck. Andrews is striding along the boat deck as seamen and officers scurry to uncover the boats. Andrews sees some men fumbling with the mechanism of one of the Welland davits and yells to them over the roar of steam.
Turn to the right. Pull the falls taut before you unlock. Have you never heard of a boat drill?
No, sir. Not with these new davits, sir.
He looks around, disgusted. Yeah, disgusted. Yeah, we just got a disgusted. This is how we're pronouncing it according to the script. But we're going to go with disgusted.
As
The crew
I said,
fumble.
someone was clearly drunk writing this script.
It's okay. I just really wanted to say disgusted because I
But
thought it was
also
funny.
not as drunk as somebody creating the story of Avatar. Continue.
Boop shade. Anyway, fumble with the davits and then tackle for the falls. The ropes, which are used to lower the boats. A few passengers are coming out on deck hesitantly in the noise, in the bitter cold. Welcome to New York, bitches. It's been waiting for you. Cut to interior in Rose and Cal's suite. From inside the sitting room, they can hear knocking and voices in the corridor.
I had better go dress.
Ruth exits and Hockley crosses to Rose. He regards her coldly for a moment, then slaps her across the face because he's an asshole.
I'm lost in the script. Okay, we're on page 111.
Yes, and it's Cal.
A little, isn't it?
Because I lost my place.
Yeah, Cal. Yes, it was. She was a little slut.
What?
And,
I'm not a slut.
I'm not a slut. I'm not a slut. Come on, superstar. Cal grabs her shoulders roughly.
Welcome to the tens.
Look at me, you little man.
There is a loud knock on the door and an urgent voice.
Is that
Stuart Barnes?
Who is it? Who is it?
Stuart Barnes.
Stuart Barnes is here. He's here. He was busy worrying about the ship and his life, and yeah.
Stuart Barnes is a killfish.
Sir, I've been told to ask you to please put on your life belt and come up to the boat.
Get out! We're busy.
I'm sorry about the inconvenience, Mr. Hockley, but it's captain's orders. Please dress warmly. It's quite cold tonight. Don't worry, miss. I'm sure it's just a precaution.
This is ridiculous.
In the corridor outside, the stewards are being so polite and obsequious, like Disney cast members. They are conveying no sense of danger whatsoever. However, it's another story in cut to interior steerage berthing aft. Blackness. Then, bang! The door is thrown open and the lights snapped on by a steward.
Everybody up. Let's go. Put your life belts on.
In the corridor outside, another steward is going from door to door along the hall, pouncing and yelling. Sorry.
It's the same steward. Life belts on. Life belts on. Everybody up. Come on. Life belts on.
Cut to interior wireless room on Phillips looking shocked.
CDQ, sir? Sir Smith?
That's right.
Smith?
Yeah. That's right. The distress call. Tell whoever responds that we are going down by the head and need immediate assistance.
Smith hurries out.
Blimey.
Maybe you have to try that new distress call. SOS? It may be our only chance to use it.
Phillips laughs in spite of himself and starts sending history's first SOS. Over and over. Cut to.
That fan makes such a satisfying noise.
Thank you. I love a good clack. Anyway, cut to exterior boat deck. Thomas Andrews looks around in amazement. He yells over the roar of the steam to First Officer Murdoch.
Where are all the passengers?
Jeez, they're all gone back inside. Too damn cold and noisy for them.
He looks at his pocket watch and heads for the foyer entrance. Cut to interior A deck foyer. A large number of first-class passengers have gathered near the staircase. They are getting indigent about the confusion. Molly Brown snags a passing young steward.
What's doing, Sonny? You got us all trussed up and now we're cooling our heels.
The young steward backs away, actually stumbling on the stairs.
Sorry, Mom. Let me go and find out. Woo!
Ooh, the jumpy piano rhythm of Alexander's ragtime band comes out of the first-class lounge a few yards away. Band leader Wallace Hartley has assembled some of his men on captain's orders to allay panic. Hockley's entourage comes up to the A-deck foyer. Cal is carrying the life belts almost as an afterthought. Rose is like a sleepwalker.
Just the goddamn English doing everything by the book.
There's no need for language, Mr. Hockley. Oh, hey, and go back and turn the heater on in my room so it won't be too cold when we get back.
Thomas Andrews enters, looking around the magnificent room, which he knows is doomed. Rose, standing nearby, sees his heartbroken expression.
I saw the iceberg. I said iceberg, drink, bitches. Mr. Andrews, and I see it in your eyes. Please tell me the truth.
The ship will sink.
You're certain.
Yes, in an hour or so, all this will be at the bottom of the Atlantic.
My God.
Now it is Cal's turn to look stunned. The Titanic? Drink. Sinking?
Please, tell only who you must. I don't want to be responsible for a panic. And get to a boat quickly. Don't wait. You remember what I told you about the votes?
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Andrews goes off, moving amongst the passengers and urging them to put on their life belts and get to the boats. Cut 2, interior Master-at-Arms office. Lovejoy and the Master-at-Arms are handcuffing Jack to a 4-inch water pipe as a crewman rushes in and anxiously almost blurts to the Master-of-Arms.
You're wanted by the purser, sir. Urgently.
Aaron Bursar?
Go on. I'll keep an eye on him.
Lovejoy pulls a pearl-handed Colt 45 automatic from under his coat. The Master-at-Arms nods, tosses the handcuff key to Lovejoy, and then exits with the crewman. Lovejoy flips the key in the air, catches it. Cut 2, interior bridge. Junior wireless operator Bride is relaying a message to Captain Smith from the Cunard liner Carpathia.
Carpathia says they're making 17 knots full steam for them, sir.
He's the only one who's responding.
The only one close, sir. She says she can be here in 4 hours.
4 hours?
The enormity of it hits Smith like a sledgehammer blow.
Thank you, Brad.
Cut 2, exterior boat deck night. Light Toller has his boat swung out. He is standing amidst a crowd of uncertain passengers in all states of dress and undress. Women are wearing life belts over velvet gowns, then topping it with sable stoles. Some brought jewels, others books, even small dogs. Come on, Pomeranian. Light Toller sees Smith walking stiffly towards him and quickly goes to him. He yells into the captain's ear, though through cupped hands over the roar of the steam.
Hadn't we better get the women and children into the boat, sir?
Smith just nods a bit abstractly. The fire has gone out of him. Light Toller sees the awesome truth in Smith's face.
Right. Start the loading. Women and children.
The appalling din of escaping steam abruptly cuts off, leaving a sudden, unearthly silence in which Light Toller's voice echoes, on Wallace Hartley raising his violin to play.
Number 26. Ready and...
The band is reassembled just outside the first-class entrance, port side, where Light Toller is calling for the boats to be loaded. They strike up a waltz, lively and elegant. The music wafts all along the ship.
Ladies, please step into the boat.
Finally, one woman steps across the gap into the boat, terrified of the drop to the water far below.
You watch. They'll put us off in these silly little boats to freeze, and we'll be back on board by breakfast.
Cal, Rose, and Ruth come out of the doors near the band.
My brooch! I left my brooch. I must have it. Oh, Cal.
Stay here, Ruth. Stay.
Ruth sees his expression and knows fear for the first time. Cut to interior steerage berthing aft, corridors and stairwell. It is chaos, with stewards pushing their way through narrow corridors clogged with people, carrying suitcases, duffel bags, children. Some have life belts on, others don't.
I told the stupid sods no luggage. Oh, bloody hell.
Fabrizio and Tommy push past the stewards, going the other way. They reach a huge crowd gathered at the bottom of the main third-class stairwell. Fabrizio spots Helga with the rest of the doll family, standing patiently with suitcases in hand. He reaches her and she grins, hugging him. Tommy pushes to where he can see what's holding up the group. There is a steel gate across the top of the stairs with several stewards and seamen on the other side.
Stay calm, please. It's not time to go up to the boats yet.
Near Tommy, an Irish woman stands stoically with two small children and their battered luggage.
What are we doing, Mommy?
We're just waiting, dear. When they finish putting first-class people in the boats, they'll be starting with us, and we'll want to all be ready, won't we?
Cut to exterior starboard side. Boat 7 is less than half full with 28 aboard a boat made for 65.
Lower away, by the left and right together. Stay steady, lads. Steady.
The boat lurches. Steady. The boat lurches as the falls start to pay out through the pulley blocks. The women gasp. The boat descends, swaying and jerking toward the water 60 feet below. The passengers are terrified. Cut to interior, Titanic hull and masthead arms office. Tracking along the rows of portholes angling down into the water. Under the surface, they glow green. Pushing in on the one porthole that is submerged. Inside, we see Jack looking apprehensively at the water rising up at the glass. Inside, at the master at arms' office, Jack sits chained to the water pipe next to the porthole. Lovejoy sits on the edge of the desk. He puts a .45 bullet on the desk and watches it roll across and fall off. He picks up the bullet.
You know, I believe the ship may sink. I've been asked to give you this small token of our appreciation.
He punches Jack hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him.
Compliments of Mr. Calden Hockley.
Lovejoy flips the handcuff key in the air, catches it, and puts it in his pocket. He exits. Jack is left gasping, handcuffed to the pipe. Cut to exterior boat deck, starboard side, forward. At the stairwell rail on the bridge wing, Fourth Officer Boxhall and Quartermaster Rowe light the first distress rocket. It shoots into the sky and explodes with a thunderclap over the ship, sending out a white starburst, which light up the entire deck as they fall. Whip pan off of the starbursts to Ismay. The managing director of White Star Line is cracking.
So there's no time to waste. Lower away, lower away. Lower away.
Did you just have a stroke, Travis?
Get out of the way, you fool.
Do you know who I am?
Lowe, not having a clue nor caring, squares up to Ismay.
You're a bloody passenger, and I'm a ship's bloody officer. Now do what you're told. Steady, men. Stand by the falls.
Yes, quite right. Sorry.
Cut to exterior boat deck, port
Women
side.
and children only. Sorry, sir, no men.
Another rocket bursts overhead,
No men.
lighting the crowd. Yeah, no men yet. Yeah, you tell them. Another rocket bursts overhead, lighting the crowd. Startled faces turn upward, fear now in their eyes. Rose watches the firewalls taking place right in front of her as they step closer to the boat. Husbands saying goodbye to wives and children, lovers and friends parted. Nearby, Molly is getting a reluctant woman to board the boat.
Come on, you heard the man. Get in the boat, sister.
Will the lifeboats be seated according to class? I hope they're not too crowded. You know. Oh dear. I truly hope they're not too crowded. My longings, my privilege, my blessings, my dear daughter. Does she have anything to say about this? Oh, this and that, this and that. Oh, I do not enjoy a lifeboat experience.
Rose, do you want to shut your damn mother up?
I paid so much for this. I only expected luxury and warmth.
That was
Dad, the water's freezing and there aren't enough boats. Not enough by half. Half the people in this ship are going to die.
Not the better half.
Push in on Rose's face as it hits her like a thunderbolt. Jack is in third class. Another rocket bursts overhead, bathing her face in white light.
You unimaginable bastard!
Come on, Ruth. Get in the boat. These are the first class seats right up here. That's it.
I love how Molly still has her giant hat.
Yes, she does. And that's because she's a boss-ass bitch. And Molly practically hands her over to Lightoller, and then she looks around for some other woman who might need a push.
Come on, Rose. You're next, darling.
Rose steps back, shaking her head.
Rose, get in the boat!
Goodbye, Mother.
Ruth, standing in the tippy lifeboat, can do nothing. Cal grabs Rose's arm, but she pulls free and walks away through the crowd. Cal catches up to Rose and grabs her again roughly.
Where are you going? To him? Is that it?
A whore, just say it.
To the 101 North, to the one.
Character, Jeremy. It's not you. It's the character.
But I'd rather be his whore than your wife.
Okay. Why are you literally a character from Big Mouth? He clenches his jaw and squeezes her arm viciously, pulling her back toward the lifeboat. Rose pulls out a hairpin and jabs him with it. He lets go with a curse and she runs into the crowd.
Light alert, light alert, light alert, light alert, light alert, light alert.
Lower away.
Light alert.
Light trawler, where the hell are you?
Light alert, light alert, light alert.
Lower away.
Rose!
No, where?
Rose!
I missed the spot.
Step aside in it, would you, Ruth?
Lower
She'll be
away.
alone.
This is chaos.
Well, guys,
would you, Ruth? She'll be alone.
Well, y'all, the boat lurches downward as the falls are paid out.
Jen,
just gonna move it along.
I'm just gonna say I think from now on out is what it's gonna take the entire link of the actual Titanic to sing the right we're going. Continue.
Okay, so the boat lurches downward as the falls are paid out. And then tracking with Rose as she runs through the clusters of people. She looks back at it, and a furious Cal is coming after her.
Me in the crowd.
Yeah, okay, well, appalled, they turn to see Cal running
in
towards
the crowd.
And as two men grab Cal, restraining him. Cal breaks free and runs after her. He reaches the entrance, but runs into a knot of people coming out. Cut to interior deck foyer, staircase, A deck foyer. Cal runs in and down to the landing, pushing past the gentlemen and ladies who are filling up the stairs. He scans the A deck foyer. Rose is gone. Cut to exterior ocean, Titanic, boat 6. The hull of Titanic looms over boat 6 like a cliff. Quartermaster Hitchens, at the tiller, wants nothing but to get away from the ship. Unfortunately, his two seamen won't get in a row.
Seamen.
Like someone else I know. They flail like a duck with a broken wing.
Keep pulling away from the ship. Pull.
Ain't you boys ever rowed before? Here, give me those oars. I'll show you how it's done.
She climbs over Ruth to get at the oars, stepping on her feet. Cut to interior master at the arms office corridor. Jack pulls on the pipe with all of his strength. It's not budging. He hears a gurgling sound. Water pours under the door, spreading rapidly across the floor.
Shit.
He tries to pull one hand out of the cuffs, working till his skin is raw. No good.
Help! Somebody! Can anybody hear me? Oh, this could be bad.
Yeah, well, you know, Jack, you're not wrong. The corridor is It's outside. It's deserted, flooded a couple of inches deep. Cut to the interior first class corridor. Thomas Andrews is opening stateroom doors, checking that people are out.
Anyone in here?
Rose runs up to him, breathless.
Mr. Andrews, thank God. Where's the Master at Arms? Where would the Master at Arms take someone under arrest?
What? You have to get to a boat right away.
No! I'll do this with or without your help, but without will take longer.
Take the elevator to the very bottom. Go left down the crewman's passage, then make a right.
Bottom, left, right. All right, I have it.
Hurry, Rose.
Cut to interior foyer elevators. Rose runs up as the last elevator operator is closing up his lift to leave. Sorry, man. Sorry. A step on your line. Without thinking, she grabs
I'm
him.
through with being polite. God damn it. I may never be polite the rest of my life. Now take me down.
The operator fumbles to close the gate and starts the lift. Cut to exterior ocean, boat 6. Molly and the 2 seamen are rowing. And they've made it 100 feet or so, enough to see that the ship is angled down into the water with the bow rail less than 10 feet above the surface.
Come on, girls, join in. It'll keep you warm. Let's go, Ruth. Grab it all.
Ruth just stares at the spectacle of the great liner. Cut to interior first class elevator corridors. Through the wrought iron door of the elevator car, Rose can see the decks going past. The lift slows. Suddenly, ice water is swirling around her legs. She screams in surprise. So does the operator. The car is landed in a foot of freezing water, shocking the hell out of her. She claws at the door open and splashes out, hiking up her floor-length skirt so she can move. The lift goes back up behind her as she looks around.
All right, left crew passage.
She spots it and slogs down the flooded corridor. She is on her own.
I just drilled at myself. Right.
She turns into a cross corridor, splashing down the hall, a row of doors on each side.
Oh, did I have to say something else? Jack!
Exactly what you thought it was. Cut to interior Master at Arms office corridor. Jack is hopelessly pulling on the pipe again, straining until he turns ready, collapses back on the bench, realizing he's screwed. Then he hears her through the door.
Rose, in here.
In the hall, Rose hears her voice behind her. She spins. She runs back. She locates the right door. Then she pushes it open. She pushes through the door first. Creating a small
around him.
She splashes over Jack and puts her arms around him.
Jack!
Oh, no.
Jack! Oh, God, this is getting to me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That guy Lovejoy put it in my pocket.
I know.
See if you can find a key for these. Try the drawers. It's a little brass one.
She kisses his face and hugs him again, then starts to go through the desk.
Oh, how did you find out I didn't do it?
I didn't. I just realized I already knew.
They share a look, and then she goes back to ransacking the room, searching drawers and cupboards. Cut to interior Master at Arms office. Rose stops trashing the room and then stands there, breathing hard.
There's no key in here.
You'll have to go for help.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I guess I'll wait here.
She runs out, looking back at him once from the doorway, then splashes away. Jack looks down at the swirling water. Cut to interior stairwell and corridors. Rose splashes down the hall to a stairwell going up the next deck. She climbs the stairs, her long skirt leaving a trail like a giant snail. The weight of it is really slowing her down. She rips the buttons and shimmies quickly out of the thing. All right, girl, you get it. Come on, burlesque. She bounds up the stairs in her stockings and knee-length slip to find herself in a long corridor, part of the labyrinth of steerage hallways forward. She is alone here. The long groan of stressing metal echoes along the hall as the ship continues to settle. She runs down the hall, unimpeded now.
Hello? Somebody?
She turns a corner and runs along another corridor in a daze. The margin of water creeps forward towards her. A young man appears, running through the water, sending up geysers of spray. He pelts past her without slowing, his eyes crazed.
Help me, I need help.
He doesn't look back. It's like a bad dream. The lights flicker and go out, leaving utter darkness. A beat. Then they come back on. She finds herself hyperventilating. That one moment of blackness was the most terrifying of her life. A steward runs around the nearest corner, his arms full of life belts. He is upset to see someone still in his section. He grabs her forcefully by the arm, pulling her with him like a wayward child.
Come on, then, let's get you topside, miss. That's right.
Wait, where do you need your help? There's...
No need for panic, miss. Come along.
No, let me go. You're going the wrong way.
He's not listening and he won't let her go. She shouts in his ear, and when he turns, she punches him squarely in the nose.
To hell with you!
See you there, Buster.
The steward runs off, holding his bloody nose. She spits after him, just the way Jack taught her. She turns around, sees a glass case with a fire axe in it. She breaks the glass with a battered suitcase, which is lying discarded nearby, and seizes the axe, running back the way she came. At the stairwell, she looks down and gasps. The water has flooded the bottom 5 steps. Rose plunges into the water, which is up to her waist, and she powers forward, holding the axe above her head in 2 hands. She grimaces at the pain from the literally freezing water. Cut to Interior Master-at-Arms office. Jack has climbed up onto the bench and is hugging the water pipe. Rose wades in, holding the axe above her head.
Will this work?
Find out.
He positions the chain connecting the 2 cups, stretching it taut across the steel pipe. The chain is, of course, very short, and his exposed wrists are on either side of it.
Try a couple of practice swings. Now try to hit the same mark again.
She swings hard and the blade thunks in 4 inches from the mark.
Okay, that's enough practice.
He winces, bracing himself as she raises the axe.
You can do it, Rose. Hit it as hard as you can. I trust you.
Jack closes his eyes. So does she. The axe comes down. Whang! Rose gingerly opens her eyes, looks, and Jack is grinning with 2 separate cups.
Oh, nice work there, Paul Bunyan.
He climbs down into the water next to her. He can't breathe for a second.
Yeah. Excuse my French. Wow, wow. This is cold. Come on, let's go.
They wade out into the hall. Rose starts toward the stairs going up, but Jack stops her. There is only about a foot of the stairwell opening visible.
No. Too deep. We got to find another way out.
Cut to Exterior Boat 6 and Titanic. Tight on the letters Titanic, drink. Painted 2 feet high on the bow of this doomed steamer. Once 50 feet above the waterline, they now quietly slip below the surface. We see them, gold on black, rippling and dimming to a pale green as they go deeper. In boat 6, Ruth, Jesus, looks back at the Titanic, transfixed by the sight. Yeah, I know. I'm going to drink as soon as I finish this. Sight of the dying liner. The bowsprit is now barely above the waterline. Another of Vauxhall's rockets explodes overhead. Kaboom! It lights up the whole area, and we see half a dozen boats in the water spreading out across from the ship.
Now there's something you don't see every day.
Cut to Interior Scotland Rock, E-deck. The widest passageway in the ship and runs almost a length through the
Did you
ship.
say Scotland Rod?
Scotland Rod.
Scotland Rod.
Scotland Rod.
Road.
Well, you know what? I mean, it's road, but hi.
Titanic's supposed to be going on a walk.
Park the car and stop it.
We're in Scotland Rod.
Scotland Rod. We hopping by, got in the car. Like having seconds.
I'm freezing my nuts off. Let's keep going.
Was I thinking of Chris Evans? Yes. Anyway, Scotland Road, Scotland Yard, Scotland Rod. Anyway, fuck me. Damn it.
Crash! A wooden door frame splinters and the door bursts open under the force of Jack's shoulder. Jack and Rose stumble through the corridor as Stuart, who was nearby herding people along, marches over.
Here, you'll have to pay for that, you know. That's White Star Line property.
Shut up!
Darn it.
Well, they join in the steerers stragglers going aft. In places, the corridor is almost completely blocked by large families carrying all of their luggage. An Irish woman gives Rose a blanket, more for modesty than because she is blue-lipped and shivering.
Here, lass, cover yourself.
Jack rubs her arms and tries to warm her up as they walk along. The woman's husband offers them a flask of whiskey.
This will take the chill off.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody says, including Jen. Rose takes a mighty belt. Sorry, pivot.
Narrating herself. It's amazing.
Takes a mighty belt and hands it to Jack. He grins and follows suit. Jack tries a number of doors and iron gates along the way, finding them all locked. Cut to exterior boat deck. Boat deck, if you will. Cal pushes through the crowd, scanning for Rose. Among him is chaos and confusion. A woman takes hold of Second Officer Light Toller's arm as he is about to launch Boat 10. Woman.
Oh, will you hold the boat a moment? I have to run back to my room for something.
Light Toller grabs her and shoves her bodily into the boat. Thomas Andrews rushes up to him just then.
Why are the boats being launched half full?
Light Toller steps past him, helping a seaman clear a snarled fall.
Not now, Mr. Andrews. There, look, 20 or so, in a boat built for 65. And I saw one boat with only 12. 12! Well, we're not sure of the weight. Rubbish! They were tested in Belfast with the weight of 70 men. Now fill these boats, Mr. Lightsolar, for God's sake, man.
The shot hands off to Cal, who sees Lovejoy hurrying towards him through the aisle connecting the port and starboard bows of the boat deck.
Not on the starboard side either.
We're running out of time, and this is strutting man. This is a music man isn't letting any men in at all. Man.
What?
The one on the other side is letting men in.
Then that's our play. But we're still going to need some insurance. Come on.
Cal charges off, heading forward, followed by Lovejoy. Also, maybe you need to like figure out how like you can like speak like with like the full like enunciation, like maybe. Okay, hands off to a finely dressed elderly couple, Ida and Isidore Strauss.
Oh no! Oh no!
Please, Ida, get into the boat.
Oh no! We've been together for 40 years, and where you go, I go. Don't argue with me, Isidore. You know it does no good.
He looks at her with sadness and great love. They embrace gently.
Lower away.
Cut to exterior bridge, forward well deck, Foxley. At the bow, the place where Jack and Rose first kissed, the bow railing goes under the water. Water swirls around the capstans and windlasses on the forecastle deck. Smith strides to the bridge rail and looks down at the well deck. Water is shipped over the sides and the well deck is awash. Cut to interior, E-deck, corridors, and stairwell. Fabrizio, standing with Helga Dahl and her family. Here's Jack's voice.
Fabrizio, Fabry.
Narration about me and Jack and Rose. Oh, we are united. Okay. We hug like brothers. The boats are all going.
I love how Fabrizio has devolved.
Yeah, good news, Jack.
You stepped over my damn line. I was just going to let you go with it.
We got to get up there, or we're going to be gargling salt water. Where's Tommy?
Fabrizio. Well, this Fagola, he points over the heads of solidly pointed, packed crowds to the stairwell, and then a crew open the gate a foot or so, and then a few women they are squeezing through.
Very nice.
Women only. No men. No men.
But some terrified men, well, they don't understand the English because they're assholes. They try and rush through the gap. You know why? Because the gap is there for the E-deck people. You know, the crewmen and the stewards, they push them back and they're shoving and they're punching them.
Get back. You get back, you lot. Lock it.
They struggle to get the gate closed again while steward number 2 brandishes a small revolver. Another holds a fire axe. They lock the gate, and a cry goes up among the crowd, who surge forward, pounding against the steel and shouting in several languages.
For the love of God, man, there are women and children down here. Let us up so we can have a chance.
But the crewmen are scared now. Tommy gives up, and he pushes his way back through the crowd like it's a fucking Capitol in the middle of the fucking Trumplican Hunger Games.
He also gave up on his Irish accent.
Thank you. And they surge forward, and they're pounding against the shield and all the things, and I lost my spot, so I technically have to drink. Come on, Bill Crosby.
Hopeless that way.
They're
Well,
scared.
whatever we're doing, whatever we're gonna do, we better do it fast.
Fabrizio turns to Helga, praying he can make himself understand.
Everyone, all of you, come with me now. We go to the boats.
And
we go to the boats. Capito, come now.
Jeez, Fabrizio, please enroll in some night classes.
Keep going, Fabrizio.
Oh yeah,
Hey, Fabrizio,
he's gone.
Oh, Helga, per favore, please come with me. I am lucky. It's my destiny to go to America.
She kisses him and then steps back to be with her family. Jack lays a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Let's go."
Oh, I will never forget you.
He turns to Jack, who leads the way out of the crowd, looking back to Fabrizio, sees her face disappear into the crowd. Cut 2. Interior Cal and Rosa's suite. Clunk. Cal opens his safe, and he reaches inside. As Lovejoy watches, he pulls out 2 stacks of bills, still banded by bank wrappers. And then he takes out the heart of the ocean drink. I drank before. Putting it into his pocket of his overcoat and locks the safe.
I make my own luck.
What do I?
Cal grins, putting the money into his pocket as they go out. Cut 2, interior steerage, aft. Jack, Rose, Fabrizio, and Tommy are lost. They're searching for a way out. They push past confused passengers. Jack has come upon a narrow stairwell as they go up 2 decks before they are stopped by a small group pressed against a steel gate. The steerage men are yelling at a scared steward.
Go to the main stairwell with everyone else. It's all getting sorted out there.
Jack takes one look at the scene and he just finally loses it.
God damn it to hell, son of a bitch!
He grabs one end of a bench bolted to the floor on the landing. He starts pulling on it, and Tommy and Fabrizio pitch in until the bolts shear and it breaks free. Rose figures out what they are doing and clears a path up the stairs between the waiting people.
Move aside. Quickly move aside.
Jack and Tommy run up the steps with the bench and ram it into the gate with all their strength. It rips loose from its track and falls outward, narrowly missing the steward. Led by Jack, the crowd surges through. Rose steps up to the cowering steward and says in her most imperious tone,
"If you have any intention of keeping your pathetic job with the White Star Line, I suggest you escort these good people to the boat deck. Now."
Cut 2, exterior boat 6 Titanic night. Yeah, bitch, get up. Ruth Rose with Molly Brown, 2 other women, and the incompetent sailors. Restaurateur roars and laurels, maybe, exhausted, and looks back at the ship. It slants down into the water, still ablaze with light. Nothing is above water forward of the bridge except for the foremast. Another rocket goes off, lighting up the entire area. There are a dozen boats moving outward toward from the ship. At the boat deck rail, Captain Smith is shouting to Boat 6 through a large metal megaphone.
Come back! Come back to the ship!
Chief Officer Wild joins him, blowing his silver whistle. From Boat 6, the whistle comes shrilly from across the water. Quartermaster Hitchens grabs the rudder in fear.
The suction will pull us down if we don't keep going. We gotta keep going.
We got room for lots more. I say we go back.
No, it's our lives now, not theirs. And I'm in charge of this boat. Now row.
Captain Smith at the rail of the boat deck lowers his megaphone slowly.
The fools.
Cut to interior A deck foyer. As Cal and Lovejoy cross the foyer, encounter Benjamin Guggenheim and his valet, both dressed in white tie, tall coats, and top hats.
Ben, what's the occasion?
We have dressed in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen.
That's admirable, Ben. I'll sure and tell your wife when I get to New York.
Cut to, come on, New York. Anyway, exterior boat deck and A deck aft. That's where this bitch has at. Anyway, okay.
We'd get there if we weren't sinking.
Okay, and continue.
I want you to know that
Or 5 different New York songs.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
And cut. It has nothing to do with this.
What is happening?
Can I say my line, please, bitches?
Drunk people, shut the fuck up. Let Jen continue.
Damn it. Anyway, exterior. Boat deck and A deck. We're about to get to some shit. Okay. All right. Aft. Panic is setting in, y'all. Clearly, we've seen it. Around the remaining boats aft. The crowd here is now a mix of all three classes, officers repeatedly warning men to back away from the boats. The crowd presses even closer. Seaman, Scarrett, brandishes the tiller of boat 14 to discourage a close press of men who look ready to rush the boat. Several men break ranks and rush forward. Light-Toller pulls out his Webley revolver and aims it at them.
Get back. Keep order.
Explain. The men back down. The fifth officer, Lowe, is standing at the boat, yells to the crew.
Lower away left and right.
Light-Toller turns away from the crowd and out of their sight, breaks his pistol open. Letting out a long breath, he starts to load it. Cut to exterior boat deck, starboard side, aft. Cal and Lovejoy arrive in time to see Murdoch loading his last boat.
We're too late.
There are still some boats forward. Stay with this one, Murdoch. He seems to be quite practical.
In the water below, there is another panic. Boat 13. It's already in the water, but it's still attached to the falls. It's already pushed aft by the discharge water being pumped out of the ship. It winds directly under boat 15, which is coming down right on top of it. The passengers shout in panic to the crew above to stop lowering. They are ignored. Some men put their hands up, trying futilely to keep the 5 tons of boat 15 to crushing them. Lol, she can read. Fred Barrett, the stoker, gets out his knife and leaps to the after falls, climbing rudely over people. He cuts the aft falls after another crewman cuts the forward lines. 13 drifts out from beneath 15 just seconds before it touches the water with a slap. Cal, looking down from the rail, hears gunshots. Cut to exterior boat deck, A deck, port, aft. Fifth officer Lowe in boat 14 is firing his gun as a warning to a bunch of men threatening to jump into the boat as it passes to the open promenade of A deck.
Stay back, you lot.
Blam, blam. Cut to exterior boat deck, starboard aft. The shot echoes away.
It's starting to fall apart. Oh, we don't have much time.
Cal sees 3 dogs run by, including the black French bulldog. Come on. Someone has released the pets from the kennels. Cal sees Murdoch turn from the davits of boat 15 and start walking towards the bow. He catches up and falls in beside him.
Mr. Murdoch, I'm a businessman, as you know, and I have a business proposition for you.
Cut to exterior boat deck port. Oh my God, she can't even pronounce words anymore. Yeah, she's Tips. All right, Jack, Rose, et al. Burst onto the boat deck from the crude stairs just after the third funnel. They look from the empty davits.
The boats are gone!
She sees Colonel Gracie chugging forward along the deck, escorting 2 first-class ladies.
Colonel, are there any boats left? I'm going to save this French bulldog.
Staring at her bedraggled state. Yes, miss, there are still a couple of boats all the way forward. This way, I'll lead you.
Jack grabs her hands and they sprint past Gracie with Tommy and Fabrizio close behind. Angle on the band. Incredibly, they are still playing. Come on, band plays on. Jack, Rose, and the others run by.
Music to drown by. Now I know I'm in first class.
Cut 2, exterior boat deck, starboard, forward. Water pours like a spillway over the forward railing on B deck. Camera sweeps up past A deck to the boat deck where Murdoch and his team are loading collapsible car, the forwardmost davits. Note, there are 4 so-called collapsibles or Englehart's boats, including 2 which are stored on the roof of the officers' quarters. The crowd is sparse, with most people still aft. Cal slips his hand out of his pocket, out of his overcoat, and into the waist pocket of Murdoch's greatcoat, leaving the stacks of bills there.
So we have an understanding then.
As you've said.
Cal, satisfied, steps back. He finds himself waiting next to Jay, Bruce Ismay. Ismay does not meet his eyes, not anyone's. Lovejoy comes up to sup Cal at that moment.
I found her. She's over on the port side. Damn.
Women and children. Any more women and children? Anyone else then? Anyone else?
Cal looks longingly at his boat. His moment has arrived.
God damn it to hell, come on.
He and Lovejoy head for the port side, taking a shortcut through the bridge. Bruce Ismay, seeing his opportunity, steps quickly into collapsible sea. He stares straight ahead, not meeting Murdoch's eyes.
Take them down.
Cut 2,
Steady.
exterior boat deck, port side, night. On the port side, Light Toller is getting his people into his boat. He keeps his pistol in his hand at this point.
Women and children, please. Women and children only. Step back, sir.
Even with Jack's arms wrapped around her, Rose is shivering in the cold. Near her, a woman with 2 young daughters looks into the eyes of a husband she knows she may not see again.
Goodbye for a little while, only a little while. Go with Mummy.
The woman stumbles to the boat with the children, hiding her tears from them.
Please hold Mummy's hand. Oh shit, I don't know. Please get this to my wife. And I'm lost.
Well, you know what? Hold Mummy's hand, baby. And then you could be a good girl, and then you'd get it right. And then I'm about to say a man scribbles.
Oh gosh,
Scribbles.
I'm so sorry. Goodbye. Goodbye. For a little while, only for a while. Go with Mummy.
Yeah, scribbles a note. Woman puts it on the board. Here we go.
Please get
Man.
this to my wife in Des Moines, Iowa.
Jack looks at Tommy and Fabrizio.
You better check out that other side.
They nod and they run off, and they're searching for a way around the deck house. Y'all thought I was going to be the one who was too drunk to remember her damn line? Shit.
No, not at all. But I'm going without you.
Get in the boat, Rose.
She is shocked to see him. She steps instinctively to Jack. Cal looks at her, standing there shivering in her wet slip and stockings. A shocking display in 1912.
I see.
My God, look at you. Here, put this on.
Well, she numbly shrugs into it. He's doing it for modesty, not the cold.
Ladies, step onto the boat. Hurry, please.
Go on. I'll get the next one.
No, not without you.
She doesn't even care that Cal is standing right there. He sees the emotion between Jack and Rose and his jaw clenches, but then he leans close to her and says,
There are boats on the other side that are allowing men in. Jack and I can get off safely, both of us.
All right. Hurry up so we can get going. We got our own boat to catch.
Get in! Hurry up! It's almost full.
Okay, sorry. This is the part where my vagina kicks in. Lightoller grabs her arm and pulls her towards the boat. She reaches out for Jack and her fingers brush towards his for a moment. She finds herself stepping down into the boat. Yeah, you may want to like tea time out, but like just trust me, I'm about to cry for no reason while I read this shit.
I could read the rest as Borat if that would help.
No.
Dampen.
No. Don't
That-
you dare.
That would oppress the-
No.
the sad-
No. No.
Okay.
Lightoller, just take it away. Singing the music.
Who's Lightoller?
Who's Lightoller?
Lower away.
Lower away, even though we weren't there yet.
Away in a manger.
Okay, let's
no
not,
crib
let's not.
for a bed.
Okay, Jared.
Stepping down into the boat.
Lower away.
You're a good liar.
Lower away.
Almost as good as you.
I always
Christ.
Lower the boat 3 fucking times.
I always win, Jack. One way or another. Pity I don't keep that drawing. It's going to be worth a lot more by morning.
Jack knows.
So good.
Jack knows.
Really good.
Jack.
Really good drawing.
Bitch! Stop stepping on my damn line. Jack knows he is screwed. He knows. He looks down at Rose, not wanting to waste a second of his last view of her. Rose's perception in slow motion. The ropes going through the pulleys as the seamen start to lower. That's what she said. All sound going away. Lightoller giving orders, his lips moving. A rocket bursts in slow motion, above, in slow motion, outlining Jack in a halo of light, like it's a freaking Disney freaking parade or like castle show, like firework moment. Rose is still staring up, tears pouring her down her face. All of them, all of the tears. Suddenly, she is moving. She lunges across the women next to her. She reaches the gun wall. I don't know, whatever the fuck. She's reaching the damn wall of the damn ship.
It's the gun
thank you,
whale.
Gun whale. Yeah, great.
Gun
I
whale.
know stuff about boats. I heard you. I'm just in the moment. Hurls herself out of the boat and she reels onto the A deck promenade. She catches it. She scrambles over the rail.
Oh, Rose, no!
Cut to interior grand staircase, because you know what? They gotta meet right back up where they fucking met before, where they're beautiful as shit. Tracking with Jack as he bangs through the doors into the foyer and he sprints down the stairs. He sees her coming into the A deck foyer. She's running towards him. Cal's long coat is flying long out behind him as she runs. And her as well. You know why? Everyone's running. You know why? They meet at the bottom of the stairs and they collide in an embrace.
Rose, you're so stupid. You're such an idiot.
And all the while, he's kissing her and holding her as tight as he and she can.
I had to drink for kissing. You jump, I jump, right?
Right.
Hockley comes in and he runs to the railing. He's looking down. He sees them locked in their embrace. Lovejoy comes up behind Cal and puts a restraining hand on him, but Cal whips around, grabbing the pistol from Lovejoy's waistband in one cobra fast move. Cobra Kai. He runs across the rail and down the stairs,
strike fast.
Screaming in rage. He fires. Jack pulls Rose down towards the stairs, going down the next deck. Cal fires again, running down the steps towards them. A bullet towards a divot out of the oak paneling behind Jack's head as he pulls Rose down the next flight of stairs. Hoppy trips and goes sprawling. The gun clatters across a marble floor. He gets up and he's reeling. He's drunkenly going over to retrieve it. Cut to interior D-deck reception room. The bottom of the grand staircase is flooded several feet deep. Jack and Rose come down the stairs 2 at a time and run straight into the water. Ooh, it's cold as shit. Fording straight across the room like it's fucking Oregon Trail to where the roof floor slopes up until they reach dry footing at the entrance to the dining saloon. Steadicam with Hockley as he reels down the stairs in time to see Jack and Rose splashing through the water towards the dining saloon. He fires twice. Big gouts of spray near them, but he's not a great shot. The water boils up around his feet and he retreats up the stairs a couple of steps. Around him, the woodward groans and creaks.
Sorry, Cal's like a freaking clone soldier. Can't shoot straight. Thanks, John Favreau, for the Easter egg on that one in Mandalorian.
Someone say that he enjoys.
Yeah. Cal.
Jeremy.
That's you, Jeremy.
Oh,
Cal.
enjoy your time together.
Thank you. Lovejoy arrives next to him. God damn, I'm gonna need to pour another drink soon. I got more shit to do.
Apologies.
At least
Lovejoy arrives next to him. Cal suddenly remembers something and he starts to laugh.
What could possibly be funny? Except that
I
we're
put
drunk
the
as shit.
diamond in my coat pocket, and I put my coat on her. I give it to you if you can get it.
He hands Lovejoy the pistol and he goes back up the stairs. Lovejoy thinks about it and then he slogs back into the water. Fuck me. Gotta scroll. Cut to. God damn it, this 2-page shit. Interior stairwell. They run throughout the galley, and then Rose spots the stairs. Well, she starts up, and then Jack grabs her hand, and then he leads her down. They crouch together on the landing as Lovejoy runs to the stairs, assuming they have gone up. Who wouldn't? He climbs up the stairs 2 at a time. They wait for the footstep to recede. Guess what? A long creaking groan. Excuse me, Bert. Then they hear a crying child. Below them, they go down a few steps to look across the entire deck. The next deck. Oh God, I'm gonna burp again. Next two. Fucking hell. Interior E-deck corridors. I'm Celine Dion right now. Damn. The corridor is awash, about a foot deep. Standing against the wall, about 50 feet away, is a little boy. He's about 3.
My middle-aged uterus can't take it. We can't leave him.
Jack nods and he scoops up the kid and they run back up the stairs. But a torrent of water comes pouring down the stairs like rapids in seconds. It is too powerful for them to go against.
Come on.
Charging up the other way without the flooding corridor, they blast up the spray each footstep and they are at the end of the hall and they see heavy double doors. As Jack approaches them, he sees water spraying through the gap between the doors right up to the ceiling. The doors groan and they start to crack under the tons of pressure.
Back, go back.
Rose pivots, and runs back the way they came, taking a turn into a cross corridor. The man is coming the other way. He sees the boy in Jack's arm and cries out, running and grabbing him from Jack. Starts cursing at him in Russian, and he runs on with the boy.
No, sorry, I'm not Rose.
Well, Rose, tell him not
No,
that way.
not that way, Cooper.
Yeah, well, the double doors, girl, they blast open, and let me tell you, a wall of water thunders into the corridor. The father and child, they disappear instantly. And Jack and Rose, they run in slow motion because we love that shot around the corner, foaming from the floor to ceiling. They make it to a stairway going up. Cut to the interior of the stairwell. Jack and Rose, they're pounding up the steps as the white water swirls up behind them. They pull back up to reveal that the steel gate blocks the top of the stairs. Jack slams against their fate, gripping the bars, and a terrified steward, he's standing guard on the landing above, turns to run at the side of the water, thundering up on the stairs.
Wait, help us. Unlock the gate.
The steward runs on. Well, fuck, shit. I'm sorry, I got excited by a compliment in the fucking chat. The steward stops and he looks back and he sees Jack and Rose at the gate, their arms reaching through, and he sees the water pouring through the gate, through the landing, and he runs back and he's slogging against the current. I know, right? Well, fuck them. He pulls a key ring from his belt and he's struggling to unlock the padlock from as the water fountains up around them, but the lights short out and the landing is plunged into darkness, and the water rises up over the lock, and he's doing it by feel.
Come on.
Okay, Google, turn off lamp.
Jack and Rose are right up against the ceiling.
The Titanic had some amazing technology.
Shit. Fuck yeah, bitch. That's perfect. Okay. Suddenly the gate gives and it swings open. They are pushing. They are through the force of water. They make it through the stairs onto the other side of the landing, and they make it to the steward on the other side of the deck. Cut to exterior boat deck, starboard side. Cal comes reeling out of the first class entrance, looking wide-eyed. Waltz music wafts over the ship. Somehow, somewhere, the band is still playing. Cal's POV, a little girl, maybe 2 years old. Bitch, it's probably Cora's little sister. She's crying, and she's along in the alcove, and she looks up at Cal beseechingly. Come on, beseechingly. Cal moves on without a glance back, reaching a large crowd clustered around Collapsible A, just after the bridge. He sees Murdoch and a number of crewmen struggling to drag the boat to the davits with no luck. Cal pushes forward, trying to signal Murdoch, but the officer ignores him. Nearby, Tommy and Fabrizio are being pushed forward by the crowd behind. Purser McElroy pushes them back, getting a couple of seamen to help him. He brandishes his gun, waving it in the air, yelling for him to at the crowd to stay back. Cut to the exterior boat deck, port side, roof of the officer's quarters, light taller, with a group of crew and passengers is trying to get Collapsible B down from the roof. They slide it down. A pair of oars leaned against the deck house.
Hold it!
Well, the weight of the boat snaps the oars and it crashes to the deck upside down. Cut to exterior boat deck, starboard side. Murdoch at Collapsible A is no longer in control. The crowd is threatening to rush the boat.
Give us a chance to live, you line of blesseds.
Murdoch fires his Webley twice into the air, then points it at the crowd.
I'll shoot any man who tries to get past me.
Cal steps up to him.
We had a deal, damn you.
Get back. Your money can't save you more than it can save me. Get back.
Yeah, well, a man next to Tommy rushes forward, and well, you tell him, Tommy. He's shoved from behind. Murdoch shoots the first man, and then seeing Tommy coming forward, puts a bullet into his chest. Tommy collapses, and Fabrizio grabs him, holding him in his arms as his life flows out over the deck. Come on, way to say that you're bleeding out. That was beautiful. I just want to put that out there for James Cameron. That's the one time he did good during the script. Anyway, Murdoch turns to his men and salutes smartly.
One time.
Then he puts the pistol into his temple, and he drops like a puppet with the strings cut. Come on, Pinocchio. And topples over the edge of the boat deck into the water, only a few feet below. Cal stares in horror as Murdoch's body bobbing in the black water. The money floats out of the pocket of his greatcoat. The bills spreading across the surface. Oh God, she can't read shit anymore. The crew rush to get the last few women aboard the boat.
You're killing it, by the way.
Thank you. I'm trying so hard.
Children. Wonderful job.
The child crying in the alcove. Cal scoops her up and runs forward, cradling her in her arms.
Dick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Child. I've got a child. Please. That's all she has in the world.
McElroy. Oh my God, you did not. Oh my God. Okay, wait, no, do one more time and someone take a screenshot of this.
Oh, she's
I'm too drunk to know how to do a screenshot. This is the way.
Someone do a screenshot. Oh my god. Okay.
Hold up the child, please.
Please, please, I'm all she's got.
Did we get the screenshot? Did we
Yes.
get it?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. Fuck. Okay. Oh. McElroy nods curtly and pushes him into the boat. Cal gets into the boat, holding the little child, the baby Yoda, if you will. He takes a seat with the women.
There.
Cut to interior first class smoke room. Thomas Andrews stand in front of the fireplace, standing in front of the large painting in front of the mantle. The fire is going in the fireplace. The room is empty except for Andrews. Behind him, Jack and Rose run into the room out of breath and soaked. They run through toward the aft revolving door, and then Rose recognizes him. She sees that his life belt is off, lying on a table.
Won't you make any try for it, Mr. Andrews?
Sorry that I didn't build you a stronger ship, young Rose.
Going fast. We got to keep moving.
Andrews picks up his life belt and hands it to her.
Good luck to you, Rose.
And to you, Mr. Andrews.
Jack pulls her away and they run through the revolving door. Cut to exterior boat deck and various locations. The band finishes the waltz. Wallace Hartley looks at the orchestra members.
Right.
That's it then.
Okay.
They leave him. Hold on.
I've lost my water. This is my backup water.
Drinks,
Right.
issues.
They leave him, walking towards the deck. Hartley puts his violin to his chin and bows the first notes of Nearer My God to Thee. One by one, the band members turn, hearing the lonely melody. Without word, they walk back and they take their places. They join in with Hartley, filling out the sound so that it reaches all over the ship in the still night. Oh my God. The hymn plays over the following sequence. A seaman pulls off his light belt and catches up to Captain Smith as he walks toward the bridge. He prefers it, but Smith seems to stare through him. Without a word, he turns and he goes to the bridge. He enters the enclosed wheelhouse and closes the door. He is alone, surrounded by the gleaming brass instruments. He seems to inwardly collapse. In the first class smoking room, Andrew stands like a statue. Excuse me. He pulls out his pocket watch and checks the time. Then he opens the face of a mantel clock and adjusts it to the correct time, 2:12 a.m. Everything must be correct. In Cal's parlor suite, water swirls from the private promenade deck. Rose's paintings are submerged. The Picasso transforms under the water's surface. Degas' colors run. Monet's water lilies come to life. Down angle on the first two figures lying side by side, fully clothed on a bed in a first-class cabin. Elderly Ida and Isidore Strauss stare at the ceiling, holding hands like young lovers. Water pours into the room through a doorway. It swirls around the bed, 2 feet deep, rising fast. In a steerage cabin, somewhere in the bowels of the ship, a young Irish mother, seen earlier stoically waiting at the stairs, is tucking her 2 young children into bed. She pulls up the covers, making sure they are all warm and cozy. She lies down with them on the bed, speaking soothingly and holding them. Cut to exterior boat deck bridge. In a wide shot, we see a wave travel up the boat deck as the bridge house sinks into the water. In collapsible A, Cal sits next to the wailing child, who he is completely forgotten. He watches the water rising around the men as they work, scrambling to get the ropes cut so as the ship won't drag the collapsible under. Captain Smith, standing near the wheel, watches the black water climbing the windows of the enclosed wheelhouse. He has the stricken expression of a damned soul on the judgment day. The windows burst suddenly and a wall of water edged with shards of glass slams into Smith. He slams and disappears into a vortex of foam. Over 100 passengers are plunged into the freezing water, and the area around the boat becomes a frenzy of splashing, screaming people. As men are trying to climb into the collapsible, Cal grabs an oar and pushes them back into the water.
Get back! You'll swamp us.
Fabrizio, swimming for his life, gets swirled under the ropes and the pulleys that tangle around him, and he is dragged down. Underwater, he struggles to free himself and then kicks back to the surface. He surfaces, gasping for air in the freezing water. Wallace Hartley sees the water rolling rapidly up in the deck towards him. He holds the last note of the hymn in the sustain, and then he lowers his violin.
Gentlemen, it has been a privilege playing with you tonight.
Cut to exterior A deck aft. I have to plug in my phone. I am so sorry, guys, because otherwise my iPad's gonna die and then I don't have my script. Sorry. Okay, we're fixing it. We got it. All right, we're here. Okay. They push their way forward aft through the panicking crowd. Cut to exterior forward funnel. Collapsible A whirled like a leaf in the currents around the sinking ship. It slams against the side of the forward funnel.
I don't think that's where we are.
Oh, am I wrong?
Because
I skipped a little section. That's okay.
Please lost my place because I was on Facebook.
We're on 248.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I thought it was. It's been a privilege playing with you tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's.
So I read that one.
In 248.
Oh shit! Fuck! Yep. That's my bad. Okay. All right. Fuck.
It's okay.
Cut to exterior. It's the well. You know what? Drink, y'all, because apparently she fucked up.
You're reading like a. You're reading like a Jonathan Franzen worth amount of material here. Don't worry about it.
Now you are my
Jack aft. Okay, port side. Okay, Jack and Rose run out of the palm port into a dense crowd.
Jen.
Jenny,
Jack pushes his way. Yeah, pushes his way to the rail and looks at the state of the ship. The bridge is underwater, and then the chaos of the deck. Jack helps her put her lifeboat on.
Okay, we keep moving aft. We have to stay on the ship as long as possible.
They push their way aft through the panicking crowd. Cut to exterior forward funnel. Collapsible A is whirled like a leaf in the currents around the sinking ship. It slams against the side of the forward tunnel.
No! No, you bastards!
Cut to exterior A deck, B deck, well deck, aft. Jack and Rose clamber over the A deck aft rail. Then, using all of his strength, he lowers her towards the deck below, holding on with one hand. She dangles, then she falls. Jack jumps down behind her. They join a crush of people, literally clawing and scrambling over each other to get to the down the narrow stairs to the well deck, the only way aft. Seeing that the stairs are impossible, Jack climbs over the B deck railing and helps Rose over. He lowers her again, and she falls into a heap. Baker Joan, now 3 sheets to the wind, just like all of us, happens to be next to her. Jack drops down, and then the 3 of them push down through the crowd across the well deck. The ship groans and shudders. The man ahead of Jack is walking like a zombie.
Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
Yeah, you want to walk a little faster through the valley, fella?
Cut to exterior forward funnel. The stay cables across the top of the funnel snap, and they lash like steel whips down into the water, falling like a temple pillar 28 feet across it, whomps into the water like a tremendous splash. People swimming underneath it disappear in an instant. Fabrizio, a few feet away, is hurled back by a huge wave. He comes up, gasping, still swimming. The water pouring into the open end of the funnel draws in several swimmers. The funnel sinks, disappearing, but hundreds of tons of water pour down into the 30-foot hole where the funnel stood. Thundering down into the belly of the ship, a whirlpool forms, a hole in the ocean like an enormous toilet flush. Fabrizio, nearby, swims like hell as more people are sucked down behind him. He manages to get clear. Cut to interior boat deck foyer, grand staircase. Water roars as through the doors and windows, cascading down the stairs like rapids. John Jacob Astor is swept down the marble steps to the A deck, which is already flooded, a rolling vortex. Astor looks up in time to see the 30-foot glass dome overhead explode inward, with the wave of water washing over it. A Niagara of seawater thunders over the room, and it's blasting through the first-class opulence. Cut to exterior stern. Rose and Jack struggle to climb the deck stairs as the ship tilts, and drunk Baker Jofflin puts a hand squarely on Rose's butt and shoves her up onto the deck. Damn, bitch.
Sorry, miss.
Sorry, miss.
Well, hundreds of people are already up on the poop deck.
Yes.
Poop deck.
Poop deck. And more are pouring up every second. Jack and Rose cling together as they struggle across the tilting deck. As the bow goes down, the stern rises. In boat 2, which is just off the stern, passengers gape as the giant bronze propellers rise out of the water like the gods of the deep. Come on, Poseidon, filling frame behind them. People are jumping from the well deck, the poop deck. The gangway doors, exterior stern, on the poop deck. They love me. Jack and Rose struggle aft as the angle increases. Hundreds of passengers clinging to every single object on deck. Huddle, putting that drink down, on their knees as Father Biles, who has his voice raised in prayer, they are praying, sobbing, pulling himself from handhold to handhold. Jack, Jughead, Jesus. All right, Jack tugs the Rose across half along the deck.
Come on, Rose. We can't expect
The poop deck
for us.
They struggle on, pushing through the praying people. A man loses his footing ahead and slides toward them. Jack helps him. The propellers are 20 feet above the water and rising faster. Jack and Rose make it to the stern rail, right at the base of the flagpole. They grip the rail, jammed in between the other people. It is the spot where Jack pulled her back onto the ship just 2 nights ago, a lifetime ago.
And I saw new
and
heavens.
we made out.
And I still saw new heavens and a new earth. The former heavens and the former earth had passed away, and the sea was no longer.
Rose stares about her at the faces of the doomed. Helga looks at her briefly, and her eyes are infinitely sad. Rose sees a young mother next to her, clutching her 5-year-old son, who is crying in terror.
Right. It'll be over soon, darling. It'll be over soon.
He shall wipe away everything from their eyes, and there shall be no more dead or mourning, crying out or pain, from the former world has passed away.
Cut to interior ship Various. As the ship tilts further, everything not bolted down inside shifts. Cupboards burst open in the pantry, showering the floor with tons of china. A piano slides across the floor, crashing into a wall. Furniture tumbles across the smoking room floor. At the stern, the propellers are 100 feet out of the water and rising. Panicking people leap from the poop deck rail and fall screaming and hit the water like mortar rounds. Come on, propeller guy. Swimmers look up and they see the stern towering over them like a monolith. The propellers rising against the stars, 100 feet, 110 feet, well, 120 feet. Exterior Titanic, boat 6. Titanic tracking slowly in, en route, as the sounds of the dying ship and the screaming people come across the water. Reverse, her POV. We see the spectacle of the Titanic. In a wide shot, we're reflecting the still water. Its stern is in the high water, high in the air, angles over 45 degrees. The propellers are over 150 feet out of the water. Over 1,000 passengers cling to the decks, looking from the distance from a swarm of bees. Like a swarm of bees, rather. The image is shocking. It's, well, shit, hold on, bitch. I'm not done. Unbelievable. It's unthinkable. And Ruth stares at a spectacle, and they are unable or to frame how to put it into any proportion. You're welcome.
God almighty.
Well, they They flicker. Them lines, they flicker. Cut 2, exterior Titanic. Well, hey, it's a wide shot. The lights go out all over the ship. Drink. Titanic. It becomes a wide, vast blank.
Look at the pop-up drinking.
Comes a wide, vast black silhouette against the stars. Incollapsible. Bruce Ismay has his back to the ship. He is unable to watch the great steamer die. Well, he's catatonic with remorse. He is remorseful.
I'm so remorseful.
His mind is overloaded. So is mine. Oh man. He can avert his eyes, but he can't block out the sounds of dying people and machinery. A loud cracking report comes across the water. Cut 2, exterior boat deck. Guys, I told you I wasn't going to be able to do this completely sober. Anyway, the third
amazing.
A man clutches the ship's rail. He stares down as the deck splits right between and beneath his feet. A yawning chasm opens with a thunder of breaking steel. Lovejoy is clutching the railing on the roof of the officer's mess. He watches in horror as the ship's structure rips apart right in front of him. He gapes down into a widening maw right in front of him, straight down into the bowels of the ship, and a booming concussion. Come on. Pew, pew. Lines like the sound of artillery. People falling into the widening crevasse. They look like dolls. The Valley of the Titanic dolls. The stay cables on the funnel part and snap across the decks like whips, ripping off davits and ventilators. A man is hit like a whipping cable, and, well, he's snatched out of frame. Another cable smashes the rail next to Lovejoy, and it rips it free. He falls backwards into the pit of the jagged metal, and then he cuts to, guess what? Exterior Titanic night. We're still here, and we are in the stern half of the ship. We are almost 400 feet long. It's falling backwards towards the water on the poop deck. Everyone screams as they feel themselves plummeting. The sound goes up like the roar of fans at a goddamn One Direction concert when a run or Harry Styles opens his mouth.
That's in the original Titanic script too.
It says when a run is scored. I'm just gonna go with Harry.
Very famous before this movie was actually
Watermelon Sugar. Hi. Anyway, swimming in the water directly under the stern, a few unfortunates shriek as they see the keel coming down on them like God's brothel. The massive stern section falls back upon almost level, thundering down onto the sea and pushing out a mighty wave of displaced water. Jack and Rose struggle to hold onto the stern rail. They feel the ship of it seemingly right itself. Some of those think that it's salvation.
We're saved!
We're saved! We're saved!
Jen saved us. Jen!
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Well, Jack looks at Rose. Jack looks at Rose and, well, he shakes his head grimly. Now the horrible mechanics are about to play out. Well, pulled down by the awesome weight of the flooded bow, the buoyant stern tilts up rapidly. They feel the rush of ascent as the fantail angles up again. And so the stern goes up and up, past 45 degrees, then past 60. And then, you know, that's what happens, like, when you get, like, super old. People start to fall, and then they slide and they tumble, and then they skid down the deck, and they scream and flail down on, and then they try to grab onto something. There's a pileup of bodies at the forward rail.
We have to move.
I'm sorry, is someone complaining that, like, I just have, like, awkward allergies, and so I could apparently do cocaine? Because, like,
No,
I
we're
wish I
talking
did
about
cocaine
Alf
at this
doing
point.
cocaine.
Anyway, Jack pulls her over
Yeah,
the
we're talking
rail.
about Stern Elf, not you.
I was like, wow. I'm like,
No!
damn, I swear to God.
No! I'm talking about an alien from the planet Melmac.
Gotcha. Okay, great.
Alf
Okay.
is the
All right.
best. He eats cats.
Uh,
Oh my god. Okay, I need to look at this chat later. I've been
You
trying to
gotta
ignore
go
it
out.
because every time it made me
Oh yeah,
laugh.
you gotta.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. Okay, Jack pulls her over the rail. It is the same place he pulled her over the rail 2 nights earlier, going the other direction. She gets over just as the railing is going horizontal. The deck is vertical. The stern is now straight up in the air, just like that big old ass that Bodine was supposed to say, but apparently this is not that script. Anyway, and it hangs there like that for a long grace note. Its buoyancy stable. Rose lies on the railing, looking down 15 stories to the boiling sea at the base of the stern section. People near them, who didn't climb over, hang from the railing, their legs dangling over the long drop. They fall one by one, plummeting down the vertical face of the poop deck. Some of them bounce horribly off deck benches and ventilators and the freaking propellers.
Poop deck, nice.
Thanks. Well, it says so in the script. Rose stares down, terrified at the black ocean waiting below to claim them.
Hell of a night.
The final relentless plunge begins as the stern section floods. Looking down as 100 feet to the water, we drop like an elevator with Jack and Rose.
Take a deep breath. Hold it right before we go into the water. The ship will suck us down. Kick for the surface and keep kicking. Don't let go of my hand. We're going to make it, Rose. Trust me. Oh, she's dead already.
Miss Rose, you better get your shit together.
I put a lot into that reading.
I had to go to the
You
bathroom.
did.
I trust you.
In a high shot, we see the stern descend into the boiling sea. The name Titanic disappears and the tiny figures of Jack and Rose vanish underneath the water where the ship stood. Then now there is nothing. There is only black ocean. Cut to exterior ocean. Underneath and surface. Jack rises into frame, foreground, kicking hard for the surface, holding tightly to Rose, pulling her up. At the surface, a roiling chaos of screaming, thrashing people. Over the 1,000 people are now floating with the ship went down. I just realized I have a freaking whistle right there and I really want to grab it right now, but I can't do it because I'm not Rose. Some are stunned, gasping for breath. Others are crying, praying, moaning, shouting, screaming. Jack and Rose, they surface among them. They barely have time to gasp for air before the people are clawing at them. People are driven insane by water. 4 degrees below freezing, even though they're in Mexico. A man pushes Rose under. They're trying to climb on top of her. Senselessly, they're trying to get her out of the water, to climb on top of anything. Jack punches him repeatedly, pulling her free.
Swim, Rose. Swim.
She freezes, but her stroke's not as effective as his because of her life jacket. They break out of the clot of the people. They go to find some kind of flotation, anything to get her out of the freezing water.
Keep swimming. Keep moving. Come on, you can do it.
All about them there is a tremendous wailing, screaming, and moaning. A chorus of tormented souls, and beyond that, nothing but black water stretching to the horizon. Cut to exterior ocean. Jack strokes rhythmically, the effort keeping him from freezing.
Poorly worded. Look for something floating. Something, debris, wood, anything.
Oh, fuck.
It's so
Shit, does that mean-
cold. Are we looking for a door? Maybe one that holds 2, but not one.
I don't know. I know. Help me here. What is this? Look around.
His words keep her focused, taking her mind off the wailing around them. Rose scans the water, panting, barely able to draw a breath. She turns and she screams. A devil. Come on, girl. That was a devil right in front of her face, and it is the black French bulldog, swimming right at her like the sea monster in the darkness, his cool, coal eyes bugging. It motors past her like it is headed for Newfoundland. And beyond it, Rose sees something in the water.
What's that?
Well, Jack sees what she is pointing to, and they make it for it together. It is a piece of wooden debris. Hey, you know what? It's intricately carved. And you know what? He pushes her up and she slithers onto it, belly down. And but then when Jack tries to get up onto the thing, it tilts. Stupid. And submerges.
Oh god damn it!
Well, it almost dumps him off or dumps Rose off. It is clearly only big enough to only hold up her, which is stupid.
Lies! Lies!
Explain! Explain!
Deceit!
Explain, explain.
Oh my gosh. Let me die.
He clings. Okay, explain. You know what? You're going to. Don't worry. Spoiler alert. Okay.
Ugh.
He clings to it, close to her, keeping his upper body out of the water as best as he can. And their breaths float around them in a cloud as they pant from exertion. Cut 2. Exterior, collapsible ocean. The boat is overloaded and half floated. Men cling to it as they draw their slides in the water, or whatever the fuck. Oars, I guess. Others swimming, they're drawn to it as if it is their only hope. Cal, standing in the boat, slaps his oar in the water as a warning.
Stay back! Keep off!
Fabrizio, exhausted and near the limit, makes it almost to the boat. Cal clubs him with the oar, cutting open his scalp.
You don't understand. I have to get to America.
All right. It's that way.
Close on Fabrizio as he floats, panting each breath agony. You see his spirit leave him. Fabrizio's POV, Cal, fucking douchebag in slow motion, yelling and wielding the oar. A demon in a tuxedo. The image fades to black. Cut 2, exterior ocean.
I can't get over Jeremy's baby Bjorn.
Exterior ocean. Jack and Rose still float amid a chorus of the damned. Jack sees the ship's officer nearby, Chief Officer Wild. He is blowing his whistle furiously, knowing the sound will carry over the water for miles.
Boats will come back for us, Rose. Hold on just a little longer. They had to row away for the suction, but now they'll be back.
Well, she nods, his words helping her. She is shivering uncontrollably, her lips blue and her teeth and her queef chattering continuously.
That's why Jack pushed her off the door.
I'm not acknowledging that. Thank you, Jack.
People are still screaming, calling to the lifeboats.
Come back, please. We know you. For God's sakes. Please help us. Save one life.
Cut 2, exterior lifeboats ocean. In boat 6, Ruth has her ears covered against the wailing in the darkness. The first-class women in the boat sit, stunned, listening to the sounds of hundreds screaming.
They'll pull us right down, I tell you.
Knock it off. You're scaring me. Come on, girls. Grab your oars. Let's go. Well, come on. I don't understand one of you. What's the matter with you? It's your men back there. We got plenty of room for more.
If you don't shut that hole in your face, there'll be one less on this boat.
Ruth keeps her ears covered and her eyes closed, shutting it all out. In boat 1, Sir Cosmo and Lucille Duff Gordon sit with 10 other people in a boat that is 2/3 empty. They are 200 yards from the screaming in the darkness.
Well, Fireman Hutchinson, what the fuck are you gonna say?
We should do something.
Do something!
It's out of the question.
The crew members, intimidated by a nobleman, acquiesce. They hunch guiltily, hoping the sound will stop soon. 20 boats, most half full, float in the darkness. None of them make a move. Cut 2, exterior ocean. Jack and Rose drift under the blazing stars. Jack squeezes the water out of her long coat, tucking it in tightly around her legs. He rubs her arms. His face is chalk within the darkness.
It's getting quiet.
2 more minutes. It'll take them a while to get the boats organized.
Rose is unmoving, just staring into space. She knows the truth. There won't be any boats. Behind Jack, she sees that Officer Wilde has stopped moving. He is slumped in his life jacket, looking almost asleep. He has died of exposure already.
I don't know about you, but I intend to write a strongly worded letter to the White Star Line about all this.
But your name's Jack, not Karen. And I love you, Jack.
He takes her hand.
I would like to speak to the manager. No, don't say your goodbyes, Rose. Don't give up. Don't do it.
I'm so cold.
Get out of this. You're going to go on and you're going to make babies and watch them grow, and you're going to die an old lady warm in your bed. Not here, not this night. Do you understand me?
Put a baby in me, Santa number 2. I can't feel my body.
Rose, listen to me. Winning that ticket was the best thing that ever happened to me. It brought me to you. I'm thankful, Rose. Thankful. You must do me this honor. Promise you will survive. That you will never give up, no matter what happens, no matter how hopeless. Promise me now and never let go of that promise.
I lost my spot because
I promise.
I feel like you jumped ahead.
Nope.
No?
I literally did not.
Bottom of 169.
Also, yeah.
Nice.
Drink, because I promised.
Were you laughing at the bottom of 69?
Let's go.
I promise I will
Yeah.
go, Jack. I'll
Never let go.
She grips his hand and they lie with their hands together. It is quiet now, except for the lapping of the water. Cut 2, exterior lifeboats, ocean, night. 5th Officer Lowe, the impetuous young Welshman, has gotten boats 10 and collapsible D, and 12, I'm sorry, also as well, to get to his own boat 14. A demon of energy. He's at everyone hold the boats together, and he is transferring passengers from 14 onto the others to empty his boat for a rescue attempt.
Right. Man the oars.
Cut 2, exterior ocean. Boat 14. The beam of an electric torch plays across the water like a searchlight as boat 14 comes towards us. Angle from the boat as the torch illuminates floating debris, a poignant trail of flotsam. Come on, flotsam. Illuminates floating debris, a poignant trail of flotsam. Again, said it again. A violin, a child's wooden soldier, a frame photo of a steerage family, Daniel Marvin's wooden biograph camera. Then their white life belts bobbing in the darkness like signet posts. The first bodies come into the torch's beam. The people are dead, but not drowned, killed by the freezing water. Some look like they could be sleeping. Others stare with frozen eyes at the stars. Soon bodies are so thick that seamen cannot row. They hit the oars on the heads of floating men and women. A wooden thunk.
We waited too long.
Cut 2, exterior ocean. In a hovering down angle, we see Jack and Rose floating in the black water. Those stars reflect in the mill pond surface. And the two of them seem to be floating in interstellar space. They are absolutely still. Their hands are locked together. Rose is staring upwards at the canopy of stars wheeling above her. The music is transparent, floating. As the long sleep steals over Rose and she feels peace, close on Rose's face, pale, like the faces of the dead. She seems to be floating in a void. Rose is in a semi-hallucinatory state. She knows she is dying. Her lips barely move as she sings a scrap of Jack's song.
Josephine and my flying machine.
Tied on Rose again, we see that her hair is dusted with frost crystals. Her breathing is so shallow she is almost motionless. Her eyes track down from the stars to the water. Rose's POV, slow motion, the silhouette of a boat crossing the stars. She sees men in it rowing so slowly that the oars lift out of the syrupy water, leaving weightless pearls floating in the air. The voices of men sound slow and distorted. Then the lookout flashes his torch towards her, and the light flares across the water, silhouetting across the bobbing corpses in between. The boat is 50 feet away and moving past her. The men look away. Rose lifts her head to look at Jack. We see that her hair is frozen to the wood underneath her. She touches his shoulder with her free hand. He doesn't respond. Rose gently turns his face towards her. It is rimmed with frost. He seems to be sleeping peacefully, but he is not asleep. Rose can only stare at his still face as the realization goes through her.
Jack.
All hope, all will and spirit leave her. She looks at the boat. It is further away now. The voice is fainter. Rose watches them go. She closes her eyes. She is so weak. She's there. She just has no reason to cry. And then her eyes snap open. She raises her head suddenly, cracking the ice as she rips the hair off of the wood. She calls out, but her voice is so weak they don't hear her. The boat is invisible now. The torchlight, a star impossibly far away. She struggles to draw breath, calling again. In the boat, Lo hears something behind him. Nothing really behind him. He points to something ahead, turning the tiller. Rose struggles to move. Her hand, she realizes, is actually frozen to Jack's. She breathes on it, melting the ice a little, and then gently unclasps their hands, breathing away a thin, tinkling film.
I won't let go, I promise.
She releases him, and then he sinks into a black water. He seems to fade out like a spirit returning to some immaterial plane. Rose rolls off the floating staircase and plunges into the icy water. She swims to the Chief Officer Wild's body and grabs his whistle. She starts to blow the whistle with all her strength into her body, and its sound slaps all across the still water. In boat, Lowe's whips around at the sound of the whistle.
Go back. Turn that way. Whoa.
Rose keeps blowing as the boat comes to her. She is still blowing when Lo comes to the whistle and takes it from her mouth as they haul her into the boat. Dissolve 2, interior imaging shack. Time jump, drink. Oh shit. Oh, I zoomed in. Fuck. Extreme close-up of Rose's ancient wrinkled face. Present premium day. Yeah, it's premium day. It's a premium day. Anyway.
Sure.
Old Rose, you want to take it?
1,500 people went into the sea. Hold on. I need better lighting for this. 1,500 people went into the sea when Titanic sank from under us. There were 20 boats floating nearby. Only one came back. 1. 6 were saved from the water, myself included. 6 out of 1,500.
As she speaks, the camera tracks slowly across the faces of Lizzie and the salvage crew on Keldish. Lovett, Bodine, Buell, the others. The reality of what happened here 84 years before has hit them like never before. With her story, Rose has put them on Titanic in its final hours, or the first time. They do feel like grave robbers. Lovett, for the first time, has even forgotten to ask about the diamond.
Afterward, the 700 people in the boats had nothing to do but wait. Wait to die. Wait to live. Wait for an absolution which could never come. Jeremy, shut up in the background!
We are getting emotional, you bitches. Who's putting on this shit in the background? Exterior
Jeremy.
lifeboats. Open sea, pre-dawn. Matching. Move as the camera tracks along the faces of the saved. Dissolve to another boat and then another. Seeing faces as we know among the survivors. Ismay in a trance, just staring and trembling because you're a fucking Jew, like stupid asswad. I didn't actually
Wow,
say
thank
discriminate.
you.
He's a pussy! Chicken
You were a
shit.
douche.
I'm a jerk and everybody loves me.
Nobody loves
Cal,
you.
sipping from a hip flask offered to him by a black-faced stoker.
This
Ruth,
is Cal.
hugging herself, rocking gently. In boat 14, close on Rose, lying swaddled. Only her face is visible, white as the moon. The man next to her jumps up, pointing and yelling. Soon everyone is looking and shouting excitedly. Oh my gosh. In Rose's POV, it's all silent, slow motion, dissolve to, exterior lifeboats, ocean, Carpathia, montage. Come on, montage. Day. Images dissolve into one another. A ship's hull looming, with the letters Carpathia visible on the bow. Rose watching, rocked by the sea, her face blank. Seamen helping survivors up the rope ladder and up to the Carpathia's gangway doors. Two women crying and hugging each other inside the ship, all silent, all in slow motion. There's just music, so gentle and sad, part elegy, part hymn, part aching, song of love lost forever. The images continue to music. Rose, outside of time, outside of herself, coming to into the Carpathia, barely able to stand. Rose being draped with warm blankets and giving hot tea. Bruce Ismay climbing aboard. He has the face and eyes of a damned soul. Cut to in exterior deck, Carpathia day. It is the afternoon of the 15th. Cal is searching for the faces of the windows, or searching all of the faces of the windows lining the deck. Widows, rather. Sorry, I like to put an N places that don't need to be there. The deck of the Carpathia is crammed with huddled people, and even the recovered lifeboats of the Titanic. On a hatch cover sits an enormous pile of lifeboats. Could have used those. Anywho, he keeps walking towards the stern. Seeing Cal's tuxedo, a steward approaches him.
You won't find any of your people back here, sir. It's all steerage.
Cal ignores him and he goes amongst this wrecked group, looking under shawls and blankets at one bleak face after another. Rose is sipping hot tea. Her eyes focus on him as he approaches her. He barely recognizes her. She looks like a refugee, her matted hair hanging in her eyes.
Yes, I lived. How awkward for you.
Rose, your mother and I have been looking for you. Rose.
Please don't. Don't talk. Just listen. We will make a deal since that is something you understand. From this moment, you do not exist for me again, and you will not attempt to find me. In return, I will keep my silence. Your actions last night need never come to light, and you will get to keep the honor you have carefully purchased. Is this in any way unclear?
What do I tell your mother?
Tell her that her daughter died with the Titanic.
You're precious to me. Rose.
Hold on, the heart of the ocean fell in my lap. Jules, you're precious. Goodbye, Hockley. Mr. Hockley. How important me.
We
Mr.
see that in his way. The only way he knows. He truly does love her. It's so
What?
After a moment, he turns and he walks away.
That was the last time I ever saw him. He married, of course, and inherited his millions. The crash of 28 hit his interests hard. I can hardly pronounce words now. He put a pistol to his mouth that year. His children fought over the scraps of his estate like hyenas. Or so I read. Serves him right, fucking bitch.
Truth.
Yeah.
Angle on Rose. At the railing of the Carpathia, 9 p.m., April 18th. She gazes up at the Statue of Liberty, looking just as it does today. Just as dumb and stupid touristy bullshit as ever. It's cute from a boat, and that's the only time you should ever see it. just in case y'all ever want to visit New York. Anyway,
Never
welcoming
been,
her
but
home.
hats
Throw that
off.
out there. Pew pew. Welcoming her home with glowing torch. It is just as Fabrizio saw it so clearly in his mind. In his mind. Rose is covered in his mind. Rose is covered with a woolen shawl. Sorry, there is a WH.
Cool.
And walking woolen shawl and working with a group of steerage passengers. Walking with them. Not working, but she could also work and walk at the same time. I'm sure she could. Immigration officers are asking them questions as they come off the gangway.
Name?
Dawson. Rose Dawson.
The officer steers her towards a holding area for processing. Rose walks forward with the dazed immigrants. Rose uses this moment to slip away into the crowd. She pushes through the jostling people, moving with purpose, and none challenge her in this confusion.
Can you exchange one life for another? A caterpillar turns into a butterfly. If a mindless insect can do it, why couldn't I? Wasn't it any more unimaginable than the sinking of the Titanic?
Tracking with her as she walks away, further and further until she flashes, and the roar and are far behind her, far and far. And she is still walking, determined. Cut to interior imaging shack, Keldish. Old Rose sits with the group back in the imaging shack. Oh man, okay, lit by the blue glow of the screens. She holds the hair comb with the jade butterfly on the handle in her gnarled hands.
We never found anything on Jack. There's no record of him at all.
No, and there wouldn't be, would there? And I've never spoken of him until now. Not to anyone. Not even your grandfather. A woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. But now you all know there was a man named Jack Dawson and that he saved me in every way that a person can be saved. I'm so drunk. I don't even have a picture of him. He exists only in my memory.
Cut 2, exterior ocean floor, Titanic wreck.
Mirror 1 returning to surface.
The sub rises off the deck of the wreck, taking its light with it, leaving the Titanic once again. It's fine. It's private darkness. Cut 2, exterior Keldish deck. The desolatory wrap party for the expedition is in progress. There is music, and some of the co-ed Russian crew are dancing. Bodine is getting drunk in the aggressive style of Baker Jofflin, or in the other words, Jennifer Sanet. Lovett stands at the rail looking down into the black water. Lizzie comes to him, offering him a beer. She puts her hand on his arm.
I'm sorry.
We were pissing in the wind the whole time.
Lovett notices figure moving towards the lights far down at the stern of the ship.
Oh, shit.
Cut 2, exterior Keldish stern deck. Rose walks through the shadows of the deck machinery. Her nightgown blows in the wind. Her feet are bare. Her hands are clutched at her chest, almost as if she's praying. On Lovett and Lizzie running down the stairs from the top deck, hauling ass. Rose reaches the stern rail. Her gnarled fingertips wrap over the rail. Her ancient foot steps up on the gunwale. Hello, come on, repeating history. She pushes herself up. She leans forward. She is over her shoulder. We are seeing this black water glitter beneath her. Lovett and Lizzie run up behind her.
Never wait! Don't!
Rose turns her head, looking at them. She turns further, and we see something she has in her hand, something she was about to drop overboard. Oh my God, guys, drink. It's the heart of the ocean. Lovett sees a small grill in her hand, and his eyes go wide. Rose keeps it over the railing where she can drop at any time.
Don't come any closer.
You had it the entire time?
Flash cut to a silent image of young Rose walking away from Pier 54. The photographer's flashes go off like a battle behind her. She has her hands in her pockets. She stops, feeling something. Oh my God. And she pulls out that damn necklace. She stares at it in amazement. Hello, back on Keldish. Rose smiles at Brock's incomprehension. Incomprehension. Sorry.
The hardest part about being so poor was being so rich. But every time I thought of selling it, I thought of Cal. And somehow I always got by without his help.
She holds it over the water. Bodine and a couple of the other guys come up behind Levitt, reacting to what the fuck in Rose's hand?
Holy shit!
Don't drop it, Rose.
Rush her!
It's hers, you schmuck. Look, Rose, I don't know what to say to a woman who tries to jump off the Titanic when it's not sinking.
Titanic, drink. It ain't over yet, bitches.
And to continue, and jumps back onto it when it is, we're not dealing with logic here. Okay, no logic. I know that, but please think about this a second.
I have. I came all the way here so this could go back where it belongs.
The massive diamond glitters. Brock edges closer and holds out his hand.
Love it, love it, love it.
Brock!
Just let me hold it in my hand, Rose, please. Just once.
He comes closer to her. It is reminiscent of Jack slowly moving up to her at the stern of the Titanic. Sorry. Surprisingly, well, she calmly places the massive stone in the palm of his hand while still holding on to the necklace. Lovett glazes his eyes over as he gazes at the object of his quest. An infinity of cold scalpels glint in its blue depths. Oh my God, it's mesmerizing, and it fits in his hand just like he imagined.
Oh my God. My God.
His grip, yeah, well, you know what? His grip tightens on the diamond, and then he looks up and he's meeting her gaze, and her eyes are suddenly infinitely wise and deep.
You look for treasures in the wrong place, Mr. Lovett. Only life is priceless, and making each day counts.
His fingers relax. He opens them slowly. Gently, she slips the diamond out of his hand. He feels it sliding away. Then, with an impish little grin, Rose tosses the necklace over the rail. Oops. Love it gives a strangled cry and rushes to the rail in time to see it hit the water and disappear forever.
That really sucks, lady.
That's bullshit.
I love that line. Oh, that
Brock
really sucks, lady.
Brock Lovett goes through 10 changes before he settles on a reaction. And this is where this falls apart. He laughs. He laughs until
I'm screwed.
and he turns to Lizzie.
Oh my God, since I'm gonna be broken like a week, would you like to dance?
Lizzie grins at him and nods. Rose smiles. She looks up at the stars, and in the black heart of the ocean, the diamond sinks, twinkling end over end into the infinite depths. Cut to Rose's cabin, Keldish. A graceful pan across Rose's shelf of carefully arranged pictures. Rose is a young actress in California, radiant. A theatrically lit studio publicity shoot. Rose and her husband with their 2 children. Rose and her son at college, graduation. Rose with her children and grandchildren at her 70th birthday. A collage of images. A life lived well. The pan stops on an image filling frame. Rose, circa 1920. She is on the beach, sitting on a horse at the surf line. The Santa Monica Pier with the roller coaster is behind her. She is grinning. She is full of life. She is working, bitch. She's panning off as we work to the last picture of Rose herself, warm in her bunk. A profile shot. She's very still. She could be sleeping, or maybe something else. Cut to blackness. The wreck of the Titanic looms like a ghost out of the dark. It is lit by a kind of moonlight. Light, sorry, a light of mind.
Jack.
We pass over the endless forecastle deck into the superstructure, moving faster than subs can, almost like we are flying. We go inside, and the echoing sound of distant waltz music is heard. The rust fades from the walls of the dark corridor, and it is transformed. We emerge onto the grand staircase, lit by the glowing chandelier. The music is vibrant now, and the room is populated by men in tie and tails and women in gowns, and it is exquisitely beautiful. And in POV, we sweep down the staircase. The crowd of beautiful gentlemen and ladies turn as we descend towards them. At the bottom, a man stands with his back towards us. He turns to us and, oh, hey, guess what, bitch? It's Jack. And smiling, he holds his hand out towards us, and at a side angle, Rose goes into his arms, a girl of 17. The passengers, officers, and crew of the RMS Titanic smile, and they applaud in the utter silence of the abyss, and that is the end.
Yes.
Okay, that was a 5-hour reading.
There's
You guys were amazing. I'm not gonna draw it on from here.
And I know that my heart will go on.
Hold on.
We'll stay forever safe in my heart, and my heart will